Chief Secretary of Tobago, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And in Dutch, Hoera Morha. So we're all here for the Regional Partnership Conference Program in celebration of 60 years bilateral relations between Trinidad and Tobago and the Kingdom of Netherlands at the Shore Park Complex. Welcome, and a special welcome to all of our online viewers watching the live stream on Tobago Updates. I'm Davia Chambers, your host for this morning's program. As we officially begin, let us stand for the singing of the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, followed by the national anthem of the Kingdom of Netherlands. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. This morning's conference will delve deeper into the topic of sustainable agriculture, which deals with preserving the environment, expanding the Earth's natural resources, all while creating a high quality of life for both animals and humans. Now, as part of the commemoration of 60 years of bilateral relations between this country and the Kingdom of Netherlands, representatives of Wageningen University and Research are here to conduct this seminar. Of course, Tobago's economic diversification efforts can benefit from the Kingdom of Netherlands' advancements and experience. Before we get into the presentations, we'll hear from the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, His Excellency Raphael Varga van Kibed, as he welcomes us.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Farley Augustine. Honorable officials of the THA. Honorable other guests, especially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. This year, we not only celebrate the 60 years of independence of Trinidad and Tobago, but as from the start, also the 60 years of excellent bilateral relationship between the Kingdom of the Netherlands and Trinidad and Tobago. The Dutch Prime Minister at that time, on the 31st of August 1962, sent a telegram stating, on the occasion of the independence of Trinidad and Tobago, I have the pleasure in offering you, on behalf of the Netherlands government, sincere congratulations and the best wishes for the well-being of the country. And one of my predecessors was Mr. Zaki de Bro. In 1962, he was the first Dutch ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago. He was born in Willemstad in Curaçao, and among others, he used to be Minister of Culture, Health and Education of the Netherlands Antilles. Before the Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs called him to become ambassador accredited to TNT. So he knew the Caribbean region very well. And he presented his credentials on the 19th of October 1962 to His Excellency the Governor General, Sir Hotshoy. After meeting the Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Dr. Solomon. And they, of course, discussed the relationship, the good relationship between the Kingdom and Trinidad and Tobago. Especially Suriname, then part of the Kingdom, and TNT was mentioned. And also the visit of the Honorable Prime Minister Eric Williams to the Netherlands on the 3rd of October 1962 was discussed. He was received by our Queen, Juliana, at the palace. And this created a goodwill between our two countries right at the beginning of the independence of Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm sure the Netherlands was one of the first countries the Prime Minister of TNT visited after the start of his term on the 31st of August 1962. The Ambassador and the Governor General discussed the follow-up of the visit of the Prime Minister to the Netherlands. And this is remarkable in the context of today's seminar on sustainable agriculture. They discussed especially technical assistance in the field of agriculture and the social sector of farming cooperatives. So 60 years ago, agriculture was already high on the agenda in our bilateral relationship. Let me elaborate a bit further on the theme of today. The Netherlands is a small, densely populated country with more than 1,300 inhabitants per square mile. It's the globe's #2 exporter of food as measured by value, second only to the US, which has 270 times its land mass. Thanks for decades of innovation and hard work, the Netherlands boasts more than 5,300 agri-food companies, from farm to fork. In fact, 12 of the world's largest agri-food companies have major production on research and development sites in Holland, which is world-class research institutes for food innovation, medical universities, and numerous private-public partnerships. The Netherlands has the second highest private R&D investment in agri-food in Europe. Last year, the Dutch agriculture export rose to over 100 billion euros, a record year for the industry and a proud milestone. Ornamental plants and flowers are the hottest export items for the Netherlands, as you know, the flowers, of course, ranking in about 12 billion euros in 2021. Dairy products, eggs, meat, vegetables profit over 25 billion combined. The Dutch are, however, very much becoming increasingly aware of the climate impact of the agri-export. And this is one of the factors that pushed interesting Dutch agriculture innovation into the spotlight. Innovation has helped in developing more modernized farming methods in the lowlands. The R&D expenditure in the Netherlands has more than tripled in the past 30 years. That's around 2% of the national's GDP. So no wonder the Dutch have a reputation for being innovative and forward-looking. The Dutch government works with entrepreneurs towards a more sustainable agriculture and horticulture. Government subsidies, knowledge help to stimulate multifunctional agriculture, a term used for farms that combine agriculture with providing care. Or nature management, by leaving fields to lay fallow for meadow birds to breed, for instance. It's not always possible to implement this kind of ultra-high-tech agriculture in other countries. But we are good at introducing medium-tech solutions that can make a difference, developing innovations for specific conditions. The potential of Caribbean countries to optimize production, secure own markets and add value and increase export of products is evident. The region's national resources are of local, national and global importance. Sustainability and inclusiveness of production systems and conservation of natural resources and biodiversity will drive future developments. The brains behind the developments in the Netherlands in the field of agriculture are centered at Wageningen University and Research, and I'm proud that today we have three excellent experts from the Netherlands here with us from the Wageningen University. It's located 50 miles southeast of Amsterdam and widely regarded as the world's top agricultural research institution. Where is the noodle point for Food Valley, an expansive cluster of agricultural technology, startups and experimental farms. Wageningen University and Research is key to the Netherlands' agricultural success. The university is also exporting their innovative approach around the globe. It's therefore a pleasure to have a team from Wageningen University and Research with us today here in Tobago for this regional conference on sustainable agriculture. I wish you, all of you, a wonderful, especially productive day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency Raphael Varga van Kibed. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, please help me to invite to the podium to bring the keynote address our Chief Secretary of Tobago, Honorable Fali Chavez Augustine.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chambers. Good morning, everyone, and let me acknowledge the presence of His Excellency the Ambassador for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Raphael Varga van Kibed. Let me also acknowledge all our experts who are joining us. Thank you for coming all the way from the Netherlands and for this technical exchange that we will have during the course of today and also tomorrow. This is an important conversation that we are having today, important exchange that we are having. I think it's important not just because we have visitors with expertise in the room, but it's important because there's an opportunity for us to partner in ways we did not think possible before. This conference is about sustainable agriculture. And when we're talking sustainable agriculture, we are really talking about meeting today's food and textile needs without compromising the ability of current and future generations to do the same. In many ways, for us in Tobago, we have always lived in sustainable ways with our environment. In fact, sustainable farming is quite what we grew up on, but we have never been able to monetize that, to take that which we do in subsistence farming in our own backyards and have found a way, we have never found a way to commercialize that. And that's why we are so grateful for this technical exchange. You see, there are four main areas that one must look at when we're looking at sustainable agriculture. We must look at desired quantity and quality of yields. We must look at economic viability and competitiveness. We must look at environmental enhancement. And fourth, we must look at quality of life, especially for rural populations, and of course, the island and country as a whole. But for us in Tobago, there are things that we practiced once upon a time that the world is now pointing us back in that direction. Recently, I had a meeting with poultry farmers, and they were saying, you know, that the challenge they are faced with now is that the developed world is requiring that the eggs be produced on farms with free-range chickens. And I'm saying, but free-range chickens? Isn't that what we knew? With all the chickens in our backyards, running up and down, waking us up at ungodly hours in the morning, at the cock's crow, and you just go out and take the eggs you want, and you leave one behind, and the hens will continue to produce. In other words, the developed world is now saying to countries in the Caribbean and islands like Tobago that the way we once lived is really and truly the ideal way of living. But for us in Tobago, we have never found a way to commercialize that kind of subsistence agriculture. We have never found a way to take that which we grew up with, that experience, and to monetize it. And that's why we are grateful for this technical exchange that we have, so that those of us who know what it is to raise chickens in such an organic manner can understand how do we commercialize that, how do we mass produce that, how do we take organic farming to the next level, how do we integrate our farms in such a way that our goats are there while our chickens are there and while the crops are there. But we have some other challenges that we must contend with. First of all, we must contend with this thing we call climate change and what that means for small islands like Tobago. Small islands, and we will argue that our carbon footprint is not as large as other territories, but certainly the impact we face is larger than the territories that contribute the most towards global environmental degradation. And so how do we contend with climate change? How do we create farms and agricultural produce that is sustainable while at the same time expecting much more ferocious storms, expecting higher frequency of storms, coastal erosion, rising sea levels, unpredictable weather systems, harsher dry seasons, wetter rainy seasons? How do we grow successfully? How do we have sustainable agriculture while contending with that reality? We must also be mindful that in order for us to succeed, it requires that Tobago find meaningful partnerships. And that's perhaps the most important element of what we are doing today. How do we create partnerships across the globe between Tobago and other territories that we have, one, ready markets for produce, two, that we share technical expertise and lived experiences, three, that we are in a position to learn and borrow from each other. That's the real key to today's exercise. It's not just so that we can improve our farming and improve what TATCO does, but it's about ensuring that we find a way to reach beyond the shores of Trinidad and Tobago. For us in Tobago, for a long time, we have stymied our own growth in thinking that we are too small of an island to be able to commercialize agriculture in any form. But given that the world is looking for much more organic produce and the world is looking for crops and animals that are raised in a dignified manner, Tobago has an opportunity there. We have an opportunity that we can create niche agricultural produce. We have an opportunity that we can sell things to the world and that we can say with confidence things that we grow in the most dignified manner, things that are healthy for us. And finally, for us in Tobago, we perhaps have as our biggest attribute the brand that is itself called Tobago. And there's a reason why so many fought for this place that we now inherit. And there's a reason why it is still so heavily fought for. And that's because there is credence to the brand that is Tobago. You just take the ferry from Scarborough and hop off in Port of Spain, and you put up a nice sign somewhere and you say, Zabuka, grown in Tobago, chenet from Tobago, mango from Tobago, goat's meat from Tobago, and your produce will sell faster than any produce that is raised in neighboring Trinidad or the rest of the Caribbean. And the reason for that is because in this country and in the region, it is already a known factor that the produce, agricultural produce that comes out of Tobago is of a higher quality than elsewhere in the region. And that, to me, is an attribute that Tobago is yet to capitalize on, that we are yet to monetize. And we have to find a way to add value to that and not just produce the raw materials, the basic goods, and send them off wholesale, but we have to find a way to add value to the agricultural products that we do have, and then market those products elsewhere. For us, this conference comes at an opportune time. It comes at a time when Tobagonians are much more in tune with environmental sensitivities. It comes at a time when we are looking to find ways to maximize on the man and the biosphere designation. It comes at a time when we are now getting into commercial fishing at a larger scale. It comes at a time when we are exploring the possibilities of large-scale commercial farming as opposed to subsistence farming. It comes at a time when we are looking at an aggressive land distribution program so that we can get farmers to farm, and also retrieving farmlands that have been idle for quite a number of years. And so this comes at an opportune time. And so it's an opportunity for us in this room, and for those looking on from further afield, looking on via online, to learn from the experiences of others. And we are so grateful that you have flown all the way here to Tobago so that we can share and benefit from your lived experiences, from the technologies you have developed. And finally, agriculture today, but sometime very soon, the Kingdom of the Netherlands and Tobago, we will continue to cement our relationship, even as we prepare to return to the harbor of Scarborough and retrieve the artifacts that are there. And we do so in partnership with our friends from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. That's because Tobago and the Netherlands have had a long and storied history. In fact, I will argue, while it is 60 years since the Kingdom of the Netherlands has had diplomatic ties with the country that is Trinidad and Tobago, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has had a much longer relationship with the island of Tobago. In fact, our relationship is older than the relationship you enjoy with the country as a whole. And so that for us is something important, something that we will cherish. We want to thank you again, Your Excellency. Thank you for taking the time out from your university work to be here with us. I want to say thanks to all of you who have joined us today and for the duration of this conference, and those who are looking online. And I look forward to the fruits that this conference will yield. And at some point, I will be taking an early leave because I do have another engagement, but I am confident that those participating in the conference will benefit richly from the expertise that must be shared. I'm already seeing in the room folks who are in the process of setting up their own sort of organic farming community. I'm seeing persons who are in some exciting downstream sectors from agriculture. And so I am confident that your expertise as shared here today will no doubt result in Tobago's agricultural sector blossoming in the way it should, and we will be finally able to achieve the kind of food security that we desire. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Honorable Augustine, Chief Secretary of Tobago, for sharing how critical sustainable agriculture is for the development of Tobago society, and thank you for the Tobago House of Assembly's support and involvement in this exchange to take agriculture to the next level. Now, Wageningen University and Research is a public university in the Netherlands specializing in life sciences with a focus on agriculture, technical, and engineering subjects. It's a globally important center for life sciences and agricultural research. At this moment, I'm going to hand over to representatives from the university to take you through this morning's presentations on sustainable agriculture. Your moderators are Dr. Lawrence Jones-Walters, Program Director, Nature Inclusive Transitions. A little about Dr. Walters. Dr. Jones-Walters delivers a figurehead role for biodiversity within and outside WUR and directs a strategic funding program supported by the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality for the WUR research institutes to conduct impacting research into the transition to a more nature-inclusive society. Your other moderator, Yella Maas, Head of Public Affairs, and coordinating a fund for interdisciplinary research that's focused on connecting knowledge from different parts of the Caribbean region, among others. I now invite Dr. Lawrence Jones-Walters and Yella Maas.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and it's lovely to be here. Excellencies, esteemed and honored guests, members of the press, and those online, also esteemed and honored. It's very nice to be here, and we're very happy to have traveled all the way from the Netherlands, indeed, to enjoy the next couple of days with you. I was delighted to hear the words that you said to us about sustainability in the future, and I certainly hope that we can fulfill your expectations in relation to some of those issues and how we might deal with them in the future. Very quickly on the team, Jelle Maas and Toon Vogel are my two colleagues here in the room. I won't ask them to stand up, but believe me, they are very tall, typical Dutch. And when I was queuing yesterday to get on the plane to come over here from Port of Spain, I could see two heads above the crowd. It was these two. And for me, it's a pleasure to be working with them. I'd also like to mention Ria Hulsman, who is our colleague who wasn't able to be here, would have traveled with us, but she had a bereavement in the family, but she'll be coming next week, who's our regional account manager for the Caribbean and South America, and she has also been instrumental in bringing us here. So, hello Ria, I hope you're online. Very nice to see you, if you are. I'm going to hand over to Jelle in a minute, but I just wanted to reflect on a couple of things. Yes, we're here to talk about present problems and issues and opportunities, actually. But we also have a number of things to think about in relation to the future that we as a university are addressing full on, in fact, many of which we've already heard from our esteemed guests in relation to future sustainability. And just to mention a couple of those, well, sustainable tourism and master planning is something we deal with, and clearly that's a part of the future. It's important to manage tourism in a sustainable way, that you don't, as we say, kill the goose that's laying the golden egg. And at least, you know, we have a fabulous resource here for tourism, and it's important to maintain that in the context of the other things you wish to do, which are also justified and relevant and important. Resilience in relation to climate change, I think, is one of the critical issues. So managing resilient agriculture that is able to resist the impact of climate change is vital. How do you do that? How do you make sure that your systems are in place? This island has good soil, it has a lot of rain, but many of the other islands in the Caribbean do not. And the issues that come with that, with these extreme weather events that we heard about, are extreme in some cases and involve erosion, loss of soil, and real difficulties in terms of production of food because it's getting drier as well. So all of those things have to be managed, and that's something that we're very concerned about and would be very keen to think about with you. I think water management and erosion is a second critical issue that comes with that and is related to these changes in climate, but is something that's there anyway. We also work in marine and fisheries. I guess you all love red snapper, but it breeds at about 900 to 1,000 feet down, and we have no idea what's happening to it, and in some of the islands, the red snapper populations are doing that. They're declining massively. We don't know, but we'd like to know. So these are the kinds of things that our technology may be able to help with, in terms of remote drones that actually can dive to that kind of depth and try to see what's going on with some of these populations. And I wanted to mention social transitions as well. We heard about the desire for healthy diets. People deserve a healthy diet, and they desire one. You're producing organic, and in a way, I suspect that your diet is probably healthier than what we have in Northwest Europe very often. How do you make the most of that, indeed? And how do you manage the transition, though, that farmers and society will uptake some of these new products, effectively? Well, they're not new for you, but they may be for us. And what does that mean in terms of export and how you present that externally? And that's something we also work deeply into. I can tell you that food labeling in Europe is going to be a big thing coming up, and it will be related to the quality of products, how they're produced, where they're produced, what is their environmental impact. And that will be on labels just like you get on your fridge nowadays, where it says how environmentally or energy efficient it is. Those labels will talk about protein, environmental impact, healthy diet, and we need to be ready for those kinds of things. And we need to be ready to label our food in that way. And that applies everywhere. Because everybody is becoming more aware of these kinds of issues. And then, of course, there's nature. We heard about that. The G7 said that nature-positive farming in 2021, nature-positive farming is essential together with resilience against climate change. So what I heard from you is all positive in that sense. And thank you so much for those words, because they all fit in the jigsaw that we bring in terms of being Wageningen University and looking at those areas and opportunities. Without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Jelle, my colleague. Just in case you doubted me, come here, Jelle. Now you can see, can't you?
Thank you, Laurence. Good morning, His Excellencies, honorable guests, online and offline, of course, in the room. For me, honor to introduce you to Wageningen. What is Wageningen? Well, Wageningen is a very nicey, cozy town, 50 kilometers from Amsterdam, between Amsterdam and the German border. But often Wageningen is also mentioned as Wageningen University and Research, and to be short, we call it WUR, or just Wageningen. And what we do is, stated here, to explore the potential of nature to improve the quality of life. Well, that's a mouthful. How do we do that? Actually, we work in three main regions. Of course, society and well-being, as Laurence already mentioned, things like healthy lifestyle, governance, markets. We work on food, feed and bio-based production. And of course, the other side, we also work on nature, landscape, land use. In 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals were published and also accredited by the United Nations. And within Wageningen, we focus on a number of them. Of course, we also work on the others, but these are mainly in our goals. And especially no hunger, good health, responsible consumption, climate action, and life below water, life on land, the biodiversity. These are the main focus. Because we see a changing world with a growing population, systems under pressure, resource depletion, a lot of urbanization, maybe less here in Trinidad and Tobago, but in Latin America and also in Africa a lot. Access to adequate food. We have a lot of discussion. There is adequate food, but the access is unequal. Healthy aging, because especially in Northwest Europe we see a lot of aging. Lifestyle diseases and zoonotic diseases, of course. The recent COVID pandemic, one of the reasons we have a lot of attention for this one. How do we work on that? We have some research programs on circular climate neutral program, food security and the value of water, safe and healthy food systems, data-driven and high-tech innovations, and of course, nature-inclusive transitions, of which Laurence is our director. Well, how does Wageningen look like? Like this, on the screens. Real nice place to work and to be. It's nice and green. And what makes Wageningen special is that we are actually two. We have Wageningen University, which is a university, like any university. We have about 13,000 students, a lot of PhDs, and we have a faculty of about 3,000 people, just one faculty. That is different than lots of universities who have several faculties. And we have Wageningen Research, which is different, that it's more on applied sciences. So it's 9 institutes who are actually working with governments, with industry, with NGOs, while the university is more in a fundamental research. Within the university, we see a rapid growing number of students. Where we were in a decline early of the century, we see now a tremendous amount of students, which is nice because we like the students. And what's also funny to see is that where there was more male population, we now change to a more female population. The gender equality is spectacular. And with our students, we also, I just had a look, we saw also that we have some students from this region, which is, of course, very nice. And we always want more students also from this region. And it was nice to see we also have currently a PhD candidate from Trinidad and Tobago working at our university. We have many countries in Wageningen. We have over 130 nationalities working in Wageningen. But Wageningen is also worldwide. As I said, Wageningen is only a small city in the Netherlands, but we have different locations in the Netherlands, and we have many projects in Europe, and we have many projects in the world. We have globally 2,000 partners in about 120 countries. You can imagine, I have a very much variety in my job with contacts with all the different partners. Why do all these people want to work with Wageningen? Well, I have to show the slides, this bragging, but still, we like to do it a little bit. We are a very strong university in science. We are #1 for many years in our scientific recordings. We also, which is very important for us, #1 by choice of the students in the Netherlands. And what's also important is that we are also a green university ourselves. So practice as you preach. We are more or less practicing our research climate neutral. So although we have a lot of energy ongoing for heating and electricity, we produce our own electricity and heating system, so we are climate neutral as a university. What makes Wageningen so special? Well, that's of course the collaboration between a fundamentally oriented university and a more applied oriented research organization. We are also very much into multi or interdisciplinary approach. I'm quite confident we'll talk more about that in the next few days. Cooperation between the university and the market-oriented research institutes, and of course the close collaboration with governments, the business community and research institutes and other universities worldwide. Well, it's more or less the same. We have that at home, at our campus, where there are more than 200 organizations, companies, research institutes at our campus, but we also very much are about partnerships worldwide. I'm very glad to hear that the relations between Tobago and Trinidad and the Netherlands are so great, and I'm confident that we are able to contribute a little bit to this relationship, and I hope also with the other delegations we are able to have also partnerships with them as we have worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe now that we have a presentation from an invited guest from Barbados on the sustainable agriculture challenges in Barbados. Just one thing actually I wanted to reflect on while we wait for that. I just love the story about the food and people going on the ferry and taking their food to sell. Last night I ate something I'd never eaten before, and it was just great. And do you know what I'm going to talk about when I go home? It's going to be the great food that's here. And if there is something that can help us to change the way that we deal with agriculture, it's that we all engage with food and we want great food. And I'm already bowled over by dinner last night, actually. It was terrific. And I want more of that. I want more of that. What was it? Tell me what it was, Linley, your soup. I stole his soup, by the way. That's it. Yeah. What was that? Fantastic. I think we're probably ready for our next presenter. I'm looking over. Yes, so I shall leave the floor to them. And thank you very much. I like improvisation. I have many other stories, I'm sure, but I'm not going to go into those immediately. And so if Barbados are not ready, perhaps then Dominica would like... We've just heard that Barbados are looking for, need 31 minutes. So perhaps Dominica would like to come forward. And while we wait for that, oh yes, I should say that when we have a break, there are a small number of brochures here. One is a leaflet which explains the work that we are doing and have done in the Caribbean in recent years. And there's something also, our magazine, Bargaining in World, which talks a little bit about sustainable agriculture. And a couple of other opportunities. For instance, we run free online courses at Wageningen in agriculture and other areas. And there's a couple of other leaflets there as well. How are we doing? Okay, we're just waiting. I've worked a lot in the Dutch Caribbean islands. And I do notice a difference there that it is very dry. Islands like Aruba are more like desert, actually, dominated by cactus and thorn, with very different issues than you have here. But they have the same aspirations in terms of wanting to produce more food. And they had big issues in the 2 years of lockdown that we had. And I think for you, that proved that you do actually have quite a robust local agriculture in terms of what you were able to produce during that period, during the lockdown. But the issues on other islands are different, and they are all things that we need to come to grips with in terms of taking forward the agenda for healthy food production in the future. Still waiting? Okay, then we go to see if Trinidad is online. I don't know if you know that we have something called the Eurovision Song Contest. I'm sure you might watch that every now and then, but I feel a little bit like the presenter from the Eurovision, going from one country to another. So in fact, the challenges in Trinidad and Tobago were scheduled number 3, but perhaps we could bring them forward and think a little bit about the challenges in Trinidad and Tobago. Diane.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. And I will leave you to introduce yourself, and looking forward to your presentation now. We can see you clearly on the screen, so over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning all. I am Diane Ramru, the Acting Director of the Extension, Training and Information Services Division of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. So good morning to all the delegates, online and offline, staff from the WR, the Netherlands, all protocols observed. Actually, it is indeed a pleasure for me to actually listen to the facilitators, the personnel from the WUR, because I too have been there, have completed some courses at the university. So it brought back a lot of memories when I looked earlier to see the layout of the university, etc. So a warm welcome to Trinidad and Tobago. And I'll now share my screen to present. I'm trying it again okay, if I could just check to see if you can see my screen, the presentation.
Yes, we can, Diana.
Fantastic.
Super, yep, we see it perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so in terms of sustainable agriculture and sustainability, I'm just going to highlight and to share the experience in Trinidad and Tobago with a presentation entitled Mitigating the Effects of Invasive Alien Species Using Integrated Pest Management Approaches in Trinidad and Tobago. So basically, I would just give an outline. I will walk you through in terms of sustainable agriculture to set the framework or the tone for the presentation. Speak a bit about integrated pest management, our international agreements, IAS in Trinidad and Tobago, the gaps that was identified, and the summary. And I'm pleased to say some of the gaps that was identified in terms of management strategies all leading into sustainable agriculture were mentioned by the previous speakers. So in terms of sustainable agriculture, which can be defined in many ways, but it seeks to sustain farmers, resources, and communities by promoting farming practices and methods that are profitable, environmentally sound, and good for communities. So the ideal in sustainable agriculture is to conserve water, lessen pesticide and fertilizer use, promote biodiversity in crops and livestock, and prevent soil erosion. So IPM, Integrated Pest Management, the IPM method can be used to manage pests in urban, agricultural, or natural areas. So the focus of this strategy is to implement a combination of management techniques that are selected to minimize the extent of environmental degradation and reduce the impact of chemical inputs on humans and non-target organisms. So IPM is a critical component. It is just a component of the sustainability of many agroecological systems. So IPM is considered as an ecosystem-based strategy that focuses on long-term prevention of pests or their damage through a combination of techniques such as biological, habit manipulation, modification of cultural practices, use of resistant varieties, and also pesticide use of chemical control. Of course, in terms of pesticide, to be used after monitoring, which will then indicate that they should be used according to established guidelines. So pest control materials are selected and applied in a manner that minimizes risk to human health, beneficial and non-target organisms and the environment. So when we speak, just to zero in on the IAS, IAS are plants, animals, or microorganisms not native to an ecosystem whose introduction is threatening biodiversity, food security, health and economic development, and by extension, sustainable agriculture. So the dimensions of the impact of invasive alien species, and these are just few that I've highlighted here. It will have the impact in terms of economic, social, environmental, and institutional. Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory to a number of trade agreements, and as a result, trade among countries have increased internationally and regionally. And this increase in trade has created avenues for the introductions of alien species that can potentially become invasive. And as such, Trinidad and Tobago is very much in terms of looking at the international standards in the case of plant and plant products, in terms of the ISPMs, etc., and looking at the obligations under the Trade Facilitation Agreement and the SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary agreements in terms of trading practices, and therefore looking at management strategies and phytosanitary measures to prevent the entry of any alien species. So as mentioned earlier, the Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory to a number of international agreements. You have the CBD, IPPC, OIE, and IMO. So in terms of a policy statement, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is committed to preventing the introduction of as well as the control and management of potential and existing IAS, which threaten native biodiversity, natural resources, food security, economic development, and human health. And this is undertaken by in a number of ways, both in Trinidad and Tobago through the various divisions, through public awareness, enhanced cooperation between relevant stakeholders, improved surveillance systems at ports of entry, and development of national emergency protocols. So I'm highlighting here in terms of bringing to the fore the IAS in Trinidad and Tobago and what has happened in the recent years. So within the recent years, we have had a surge in the frequency of introductions with respect to IAS, and a number of pests would have been introduced, invasive alien species. Trinidad and Tobago would have had to step up in terms of trying in the first instance to eradicate and then to manage by applying a number of strategies. And these introductions coincides with the increase in the importation of agricultural commodities, which has the greatest potential for the entry of IAS. If we look at the IPPC's page in terms of the plant and plant products, the pest reports from Trinidad and Tobago, you could see from 2005, there were reports meaning that new detections, notifications of new pests into Trinidad and Tobago, 2005 going all the way to 2012, and from 2012 until recently in July of this year, a report of Tutor absoluta in Trinidad. Prior to that, in 2017, was a detection of Honglongbing on citrus greening, Candidatus liberata in Trinidad. So just quickly, and going back prior to what those reports would have shown, the hibiscus mealybug, Macronellococcus hirsutus, in October 1995 was identified, was detected, and this program included surveillance of the pest control strategies, training, and publicity. And early short-term, in the first instance, to try to contain the pest in the area where it was detected and to eradicate, it involved an insecticide spray and a cut and burn protocol. As part of the IPM strategy, a biological control program using 3 natural enemies was employed: Anagyrus camali, which was a wasp, Cryptolaemus montrosuriae, and a ladybird beetle, and Scymnus coxivora, also a ladybird beetle. And this program was deemed to be successful in Trinidad and Tobago. We also had in August 2006, red palm mite, and is a pest of several important ornamental and fruit-producing palms. Again, an IPM approach was used. Chemical control is difficult and expensive, especially when the palm trees are very tall. Biological, several natural enemies exist where predators have been cited as important. So all of these were strategies that would have been employed by the Ministry of Agriculture. In 2009, the giant African snail was detected, and this plant pest has now spread to different parts of the country and is present in all the counties in Trinidad. It is a pest that we are still currently battling with, and it is considered to be the world's most destructive land snails, and it is an IAS of quarantine importance. And on the right, you would see it is a notifiable pest in Trinidad and Tobago, and this shows flyers and brochures as part of the awareness sessions by Trinidad and Tobago. This is one of the current flyers or posters, which shows the management strategies, all in keeping with IPM in terms of how to identify, how to collect, how to destroy, and how to dispose these dead snails. So despite all of this, there is still, as mentioned, the presence of this, because this particular snail lays about, produces about 500 eggs, and is a hermaphrodite, and therefore can easily multiplied, and especially in open spaces, etc., it multiplies very quickly. It feeds on more than 500 plant species. In 2012, the black sigatoka disease, again another IAS, a leaf spot disease, was detected in Trinidad and Tobago. And the greatest risk of the disease is spread by people moving infected plant material, such as banana suckers for plant propagation, or banana leaves used for wrapping and packaging food. And in both islands, the banana leaves is something that's used for cooking food, etc., because it gives it a special flavor. IPM approaches would have also been employed. The sweet potato weevil in November 2015. This is one of the most serious pests of sweet potato, and it causes damage in the field, in storage, and is of quarantine significance. So currently, this pest is being managed and using IPM approaches. And this here shows fact sheets that's produced by the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the Extension, Training and Information Services Division, which speaks about a bit of the background about the pest, what are the signs and symptoms to look for, how to control, and how to control the sweet potato weevil using IPM practices. In 2017, Honglongbing or citrus greening was detected in Trinidad, and this citrus greening is spread by a disease-infected insect, the Asian citrus psyllid, and a number of strategies would have been employed within the ministry. To date, it is still found in Trinidad and Tobago. A number of strategies, including replanting, using resistant varieties, etc., was employed. And on the right, you would see, again, some of the flyers to create some amount of public awareness. Again, this is another of our awareness and training material produced with regards to citrus greening, and to at least to all in assisting in managing this particular disease for farmers' backyard gardens, because citrus is not only farmed actually in farms, but can be found in many homes as a backyard crop. So as mentioned, just in July 2022, Tutor absoluta, the tomato leaf miner, was detected, and we are currently engaged in terms of the management, doing surveillance activities, etc., with regards to the Tutor absoluta. So some of the IPM strategies to manage this: cultural practices, chemical application, mass trapping, natural enemy identification, and this is ongoing. So the MALF, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, is identifying affected fields, markets, nurseries, ports, and working to implement IPM strategies, conducting surveillance activities, public awareness, training and capacity building, and outreach for the general public. Okay. What we have also done is, in terms of using legislation and actually pests of quarantine importance and pests that are not present, not yet present in Trinidad and Tobago, a plant protection order was developed to list these priority pests, so that should, in case it's detected, then it is already a notifiable pest, and immediate action as the emergency action plan would allow would then be rolled out or implemented. This particular pest, so this is one of the priority pests, fussy-pod rot of cocoa, which is not yet present, but a number of activities and sensitization and management strategies, efforts are being placed into, for example, laboratories, etc., so that they can have the capacity, once surveillance has taken place, to do identification, etc. This is another flyer that was done for frosty-pod rot in cocoa. Fusarium wilt, TR4, is another disease that is not yet detected in Trinidad. However, we are on alert in terms of surveillance activities and in terms of how, should it enter into Trinidad and Tobago, how to manage. An ongoing program is encouraging natural enemies in the garden, and these are some of this just shows some of the flyers, brochures that's produced to enhance or to improve persons encouraging natural enemies into their gardens. Digital diagnostics is something that we do in collaboration with CABI. There's the PlantWise program, and also a memorandum of understanding was signed with the University of Florida and the Caribbean Plant Health Directors, of which the countries Trinidad and Tobago inclusive is part of, where we do digital diagnostics. And there's an entire website, CPDN, Caribbean Pest Diagnostic Network, where samples are sent directly to University of Florida for identification. So some of the gaps identified in Trinidad and Tobago with regards to the IAS management strategies is lack of funds to develop and implement IAS, insufficient research and development, outdated legislation, inadequate knowledge base, constraints on risk and assessment tools, and poor infrastructure for IAS activities. So what is required? Continuous support is required, continuous collaboration with agencies, with various stakeholders, for the prevention of new invasions, early detection, rapid response and contingency planning, management of established and spreading invaders, long-term plans for containment, eradication, and control of the IS. And additionally, capacity building in the field of agriculture, agricultural technology, climate smart agriculture, modern farming, resilient agriculture, water management, erosion, the fishery sector, etc. So in conclusion, the IAS present in Trinidad and Tobago must be effectively managed to mitigate impacts. Strategies, preventative measures must be developed to avoid further introductions and mitigate the impacts. And the impact of IAS can be severe, therefore implementing measures to prevent new introductions as well as managing established IAS is crucial for boosting agricultural production, economic development, protecting natural biodiversity, and preserving human health. So, to conclude, do not pack a pest, declare your items at the borders of entry, do not bring any illegal plant parts or plant products into Trinidad and Tobago without an import permit. Thank you very much.
Deanne, thank you very much for that presentation and also for stepping in, which was much appreciated as we wait for the other presenters to get ready. It's a very interesting story you tell, and it explains why in the aeroplane when we were landing, or just before we landed in Port of Spain, the inside of the airplane was actually sprayed in order to deter any pests that we might be carrying with us, just in case. And that's the first time that's happened, but it's explicable on the basis of you having so many pests, introduced alien species. I'm interested in the gaps that you identified, and one of them was knowledge about that, but you seem to be quite effective in the programs you bring together. Could you just go back to that, well, you don't have to bring it up again, the slide, but in terms of specifically what kind of knowledge you feel you would need in order to improve the situation. And then I will hand over to one of my colleagues also to reflect on that. But first, back to you. Okay.
In terms of capacity building, especially in terms of within the sector, and within you would have a case where persons who would have been trained or maybe have retired or moved into other areas. So you have a lot of, especially nowadays, a lot of new persons within the ministry. And in terms of capacity building, in terms of the knowledge, in one of my slides, if I could just bring it up, at least for my 1 second, so that I can speak to it.
While you find that slide, I would also say that if there are questions from the audience and also online, then we're also happy to take them, or reflections on what you've heard.
Okay, great. So the gaps that I would have mentioned, okay, so part of it is internal. I mentioned lack of funds, insufficient research and development, constraints on, so insufficient research and development. So for example, capacity building in terms of doing research where it is, let's say for example, you are implementing an integrated pest management program in terms of doing efficacy testing. So to determine the efficacy of a range of pesticides for the control of any particular pest. So that kind of research and development, as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago, is insufficient. While there's need to build the capacity and also for the conduct of. One of the other gaps that I mentioned was inadequate knowledge base. So there's so much new technologies, new ideas in terms of, for example, there's one area and I can speak to, for example, the diagnostics in terms of doing diagnostics, inadequate knowledge base. So while we may have a laboratory and we may have staff who is equipped to do diagnostics, it is limited. So that's one area also in which there is need for an increase in capacity. Core infrastructure for IAS activities. With IAS activities, one of the infrastructure, of course, is an adequate or laboratory that is functional to probably do diagnostics with PCR, etc. So while we may have some amount of capacity, there is still a need to improve on that. And I will go to the other slide where I also mentioned capacity building in the field of agriculture. So new technologies. So there's new technologies in which we would want to build capacity with our staff, climate smart agriculture, modern farming, all of those areas, water management, erosion, etc. So those are specific areas that we feel that support is required.
Super.
I'm not too sure if that answers the question.
Thank you, Diana. That's great. I'm going to call on Toon Vogel, who is one of my colleagues. He did his internship actually with Cardi, and he is a regional expert. And I'm going to ask him to reflect a little bit on what we've heard from you. So, Toon, would you like to come up? I'm going to stay here again because you can just see what I mean when I'm talking about my colleagues being a lot taller than me.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. Yeah, thank you very much, Diane, for your presentation, and also thanks again for everyone for being here and also for the invitation. I wrote down a few things that popped up in my mind, and I can quickly explain a bit about the projects that we are doing from Wageningen University and research. I'm not a pest management expert, but I know a few projects that we're working on, so that might be nice for you to know, so you can look it up. And of course, we're also available for meeting you, maybe even later this week if we are in Trinidad, but also online whenever you want. A few things. One is we have big test farms and trial farms in the Netherlands, in Lelystad, which is another area in the Netherlands where we are active. And in these fields, there's a big program going on strip cropping and different ways of, let's say, that eco-friendly way of pest management. So not with pesticides, but at least reducing pesticides as much as possible by having multiple new modern ways of having agriculture. And there's a big project going on there. Secondly, there's an European project that is called Sprint, which is taking place in many European countries and focusing on how to decrease the use of plant protection materials. And that is done also in various ways. So one of them is strip cropping, but it can also be using drones or remote sensing for early detection of diseases. And that is the third point that I would like to raise is I am working a lot with drones and remote sensing, and this is a very good way of early detection of diseases. So for example, the banana diseases that you show, this is visible on the leaves, and without even going into the field, especially if you have big fields, drones or satellites can be used to detect diseases easily. So and also to prevent further spreading of the disease, and that is very helpful because you don't need a lot of. If you would use pesticide, you don't have to need a lot of it, but you can. Like precision agriculture, only apply it at the places where it's really needed, and that is of course also benefiting the costs of the farmer. Yeah, and of course within Wageningen University and Research there are also IPM experts. So if you Google on that, we have names, and I see Ria also adding something in the chat. Strengthening lab capacities. That's also a project or a program that is going on. And as said, would be great to meet you if you have questions afterwards. Yeah.
Thanks, Toon. That's excellent. And he made the point about remote sensing technology and the use of drones, and those kinds of technologies are becoming much more affordable. I would say, as well. 5 years ago, they were very expensive, and now they're becoming much more affordable and allow you the possibility of looking into big fields without having to walk. And you can see the situation from above. And even we are developing artificial intelligence that can identify where you have an infestation within a crop. I would just mention that Ria is sending links into the chat. This one on black sigatoka. Ria, do you want to come in at this point, or are you just happy to keep pinging through the links for us? Otherwise, I will ask Jelle to come in. Ria's happy for us to go ahead. Jelle's also got a couple of comments. He mentioned the snail, actually, to me before you started, Deanne, and it was very interesting to see that that is a pretty horrible pest for you. So over to Jelle.
It is. I just wanted to make a comment based on the previous speaker.
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes. Certainly, based on the schedule, and if I'm available, I'll be pleased to meet this week if you are in Trinidad. We are particularly interested in what you mentioned in terms of the drones and remote sensing. As mentioned, one of our divisions is the Extension Training and Information Services Division. So we envisage, like a training of trainers, because at the end of the day, the persons in that particular division also have to do training. So the programs we look forward, if there's a possibility of collaboration for early detection and using drones to make a determination of disease presence or disease incidents without going into the fields. Thank you.
Yeah, I can, thank you, Deanne. I can, we are in Trinidad from Wednesday to Friday, and we are available for a drop-in on Wednesday afternoon. So, well, let us know and we can get in contact with you. Yeah. Curious for your ideas.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Teun. And what Teun said about our farm of the future, where we have strip cropping and that kind of measures, I think we can learn an awful lot also from the experiences here in Trinidad. So it's not just that we can tell you how we experience things, but we are also looking very much forward to learn from you, because strip cropping is for us a rather new technique in the Netherlands, while we know in the tropical region that's a common technology. And I'm also particularly interested in your experiences with black sigatoka. We have had a program on bananas, because we know banana is a very important crop in some regions of the world, and also the Panama disease is also an important illness among these banana trees, and we're working on creating new genuses of banana which have less stress from these from these diseases. And what I particularly like about your approach is that it's not just a technical solution, because we also see that it's very important to take the knowledge of the farmers, as you said, the capacity building, into account. It's not just providing a technical solution, it's also taking the farmers along with it. Otherwise, well, we have a technical solution, but if nobody knows about it, there's no use in it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jelle. Just a couple of reflections. 40 years ago, actually, I was learning about integrated pest management, and strip cropping being one of the most effective means in that case in Africa, but other countries obviously, and it's good to see it's still being used. One of the interesting things about that is worth mentioning is that we're now looking at varieties, genetic varieties that grow better in strip cropping or other circumstances. So we've generally bred for monoculture and big fields, but actually, and so the varieties that we use tend to do well in those kinds of circumstances, even that we breed them to be better with pesticides and to respond better to those kinds of measures. But actually now we're looking at how to strip crop, intercrop, so you have more than one species within a cropping area, and to breed varieties that are actually doing better in those circumstances. And I know that Tone, actually, when he was here in his internship, was actually looking at breeding programs for cocoa, I think, a sweet potato in relation to drought. So those things are going on, and it's important to think about how we breed for particular varieties in the context of climate change and other changing circumstances, but also in the context of these new pest species that are coming in. And of course, some of the varieties can have natural resistance to these. We can try to breed for that, as well as looking at cultural techniques that will reduce the impact of those pests. Diane, I'll leave you to, if you'd like to make a concluding word, because I understand that Barbados now are ready to go, but would you like to just conclude for us on your presentation?
Yes, thank you. I will be pleased to engage further in any discussions. And just to note, as the previous speaker mentioned about collaboration with farmers, we also do a number of programs using the farmer field school approach, a participatory approach where farmers and various stakeholders will actually work in the field to address any particular problems. And we have done many with IPM, farmer field schools conducted for integrated pest management. So thank you all for the opportunity. It was indeed a pleasure to engage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And Diana mentioned stakeholder engagement, and that, of course, is a very important aspect of managing pests, and something we are also involved in through our social sciences people. But most of our researchers are now pretty good at working with local communities, where you actually have a huge amount of knowledge that should be tapped into, and that kind of local learning is vital, actually, for dealing with some of these problems. So, Barbados. Are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good morning, everyone.
Keely, welcome, and thank you for joining us. Delighted to see you there, and over to you.
Thank you so very much. My apologies for being late. Somehow I was of the impression that our presentation was to start at 11:45 this morning, and unfortunately had some earlier commitments. But I'm very happy to be here. I'm pleased to be a part of this session today. As I would have indicated to Mr. Lindley, I've actually been to the Netherlands and to Wageningen University, in fact, and I enjoyed my time while I was there. So I'm very pleased to be part of this. Let me just pull up my presentation for you, which will be quite brief. One second. Just 1 second, hold on. I'm having a bit of difficulty pulling up the presentation.
That's okay, Keely, take your time. That just gives me a chance to mention one of the links that our colleague Ria Hulsman has put online. That is for a MOOC, a massive online open course, which is on drones, actually. So that was one of the links that is in the chat if you're online. And also, I should mention that within the leaflets here, we have a specific, very small leaflet. Perhaps, Tony, you could bring it to me and I can just show it to people, which is specifically about the MOOCs. There it is. It's very small. But basically, these are free courses that we offer, and you can basically log on online and see our experts in the field talking about the applications of these different techniques. Drone flying is in many ways the future. I would say that even at a small scale, we have drones that are being trained to function in greenhouses. So there's a drone, and it will fly down the rows in a greenhouse and apply micro applications of pesticide to pests that are sitting on a particular leaf even. And they are guided by an artificial intelligence that can identify the pest on the leaf. And believe me, that is the future ultimately. And these techniques are becoming much more available and are much cheaper now. And it's the kind of thing that you can actually control from a mobile phone ultimately. So we have to see what will happen there. But if you see the MOOC that we have, you can see a lot of these ideas being developed in practice. Keely, how are you getting on?
Yes, I think I am ready.
Super. I'll hand back to you then.
I apologize. I've been having some trouble with my computer recently. It seemed to have been crashing a bit with this new Windows update. I don't know if anybody's had that same issue, but it's been quite a bit of a challenge. Yes, okay.
We can see it. That's great.
Okay, now I know that Wageningen does quite a bit of work as it relates to agriculture, and I am very keen, in fact, Barbados is very keen about moving towards digital technology and digital agriculture. However, today's presentation was more centered around exporting to Europe because I didn't have a good sense as to what type of interventions perhaps that Wageningen would be able to assist with. And our priority as it relates specifically to agriculture is twofold, and I'm going to get to that. But one of the key ones would be exporting to Europe. So just to give a small profile of Barbados, we're a small tropical island nation. We have a population of about 285,000 people. And when we say small, we're just about 430 square kilometers. We're also very low-lying, and so what this means is that we tend to be very hot and very dry. And in terms of geology, unlike our Caribbean neighbors, we are actually not volcanic. Our geology is one of a calcium limestone rock, which means that our soils have a high pH, typically between 7.5 and 8.0. Our soils are also self-mulching soils. They're heavy clays, and so one of the features of such soils is that when we get a lot of rainfall, the soils can expand, can absorb quite a lot of water, and then during the dry season they tend to dry, very, very dry, and tend to crack. This would obviously influence the type of crops that we could grow in Barbados, along with tropical temperatures of typically 21 to 33 degrees, although recently, because of the impacts of climate change, we've been recording temperatures as high as 34 degrees this year alone. So what this means for Barbados is that because of our geology, topography, climate, we are typically, would be almost considered a natural grassland. To that end, the major products that was always grown in Barbados has been sugarcane. That was the mainstay, and to this day, we have about 30,000 acres of arable land currently in Barbados, and at least 50% of it is still in sugarcane cultivation. So as a grass, it is ideally suited. And the other feature of Barbados is that we also tend to be a water scarce country. We're listed as the 15th most water scarce country in the world. So we have estimated water capacity that could service about 10% of the 30,000 acres. So most of our land then would be rain-fed. We have very few streams, no actual rivers, and all of our water supply is an underground water supply, where we get groundwater going into aquifers, and we tend to pump water from these sources. Recently, in the last 2 years, our government has embarked on producing or developing some new water reservoirs, water catchments, in 2 areas so far, well, 3 actually. We have just constructed a 6 million gallon water catchment in the southern part of the island. In the eastern part of the island, we have a 4 million gallon water catchment, and in the central part, more of a southwestern portion of the island, we now have a catchment for 21 million gallons. So as part of our efforts to address the water for agriculture, we have been investing heavily in water catchments to be able to improve access to water and, as a consequence, increase the amount of fresh fruits and vegetables that we produce. Barbados has also been one of the countries that grows West Indian Sea Island cotton. Currently, the acreage which we are planting has been quite down. We're less than 400 acres now, and we hope to get this back up. On the livestock end, we are almost self-sufficient, or we would say virtually self-sufficient in eggs and poultry. We have been in the past self-sufficient in pork. Our pork production has declined a bit, and we also were pretty much self-sufficient in dairy milk as well. Lamb is an industry which we are looking to develop, and I'm not sure if you may be familiar that we have an indigenous breed of sheep called the Barbados Black Belly sheep, and we are looking to commercialize the production of this breed so that we could increase our lamb production. In terms of national initiatives, we have 2 focus. As part of the Caribbean islands, we are members of CARICOM, and to that end, we are promoting food security as a key aspect of our agricultural production. To this end, we are part of the regional initiative spearheaded by the Special Ministerial Task Force on Agriculture to look at reducing agricultural imports 25% by the year 2025. So our food security strategy is basically a threefold approach where we want to maximize all of the local production that we can. Secondly, we want to expand to countries with large land masses, and to this end, we have signed bilateral agreements with Suriname and Guyana in an attempt to be able to increase our production in those areas and have pretty much free trade agreements where our farmers can go down to those countries, produce food, and repatriate back to Barbados. The third aspect of our food security strategy would be import diversification, and this is where if there are items that we can't grow here or in Guyana or Suriname, or we can't grow in other countries that we have bilateral agreements with, then we want to diversify the importation of such items to ensure that we are able to not be heavily impacted by supply chain shortages and things such as that. The next national initiative we have is to focus on the exporting of higher value products. And particular, this would be fresh fruits and vegetables. In terms of our exports to Europe, in the past, our major export was sugar. At our best in 1967, we were exporting 210,000 tons, producing and largely exporting 210,000 tons of sugar. Today, Barbados' sugar industry has declined such that we are only producing about 10,000 tons of sugar annually. So sugar production has significantly declined. Rum continues to be our major export. However, the other exports which were significant in the past have been sweet potatoes, yams, and hot peppers. Sweet potatoes and yams have been part of our rotation within the sugarcane industry. And
Keely?
so they have been the two largest products that we have typically produced after sugarcane.
Keely,
So,
may I interrupt you very briefly? We are still looking at the Barbados profile slide.
Barbados, oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
I think we're a little further down in the...
Yes, I am. Let's go again. Hold on.
You might be sharing the wrong screen, I'm not sure.
Let me see. Window. Share.
That's it, yeah, I think. Yes, now we see exports to Europe.
Yes.
Super.
As I was saying, the sweet potatoes, yams have been the two products that we have exported in significant quantities, part and parcel, because there are the two largest products behind sugarcane, which we also produce. So we have had a very long history of growing sweet potatoes, yams for export. Hot peppers has also been a product which we started to export quite significantly in the 1980s into the 1990s. Now, what would have happened in the early 2000s, again with the impacts of the WTO agreements, it has largely reduced our capacity to be as competitive as we could be. And so most of the local production would have been focused inwardly and focused on the domestic market as opposed to trying to focus on export. However, our administration currently are focused on a growth strategy which should include export. And to this end, we have identified sweet potatoes as one of the key products that we would like to restart exporting to Europe. Additionally, we think that it would pair well with a product such as butternut squash, which we also have developed tremendous experience in being able to produce well. And on the items that tend to be lighter that we could consider shipping by air, we are looking at hot peppers as well as culinary herbs, particularly thyme and marjoram and parsley, which we also see that there is some interest and potential to develop those markets for Barbadian products. One of the key things about Barbados in terms of our soils is that because our soils are thin soils that dry out quickly, it also tends to concentrate flavors better. And so as a result, we also tend to have very aromatic and flavorful culinary herbs in particular. And so we think that this is an area that we could leverage and develop a brand and a premium price around. So while we have not traditionally outside of sugar been a major exporter of fresh fruits and vegetables, this is not an area which we are keen to move into, and we would be very interested in getting a better understanding as to the European market, get a better understanding as to what are the criteria, what are the requirements, and where can we start. Given our size, we are not as large, and therefore how can we make connections that would be suitable for the type of product offerings and the quantity that we have. So I'm just going to pause at this point and ask if there are any questions.
Super, Keely. Thanks very much. So questions and reflections, I think. I do note the potential, is it a conflict, I don't know, between wanting to increase the food production and for your own consumption, but also an idea about focusing on exports, that might be a potential conflict and something for you to manage.
No, it's not a conflict at all, because
No.
our domestic market can be easily saturated.
Yeah, yeah, good. Thanks for that clarification. I'm going to looking at colleagues to see if they want to reflect on what we've heard there. Perhaps, and I see something from Ria, my colleague online, for exports to Europe of fresh fruits and vegetables. Now I've lost it. It's gone, the reflection there. Ria, there you are. Yes, welcome, Ria.
Yes.
How nice to see you back at home in the office.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please, some reflections.
Yeah, some reflections may be very interesting. Thank you, Kili. What we feel about what we experience with Haiti, for example, on the export of fresh fruits and vegetables, especially the transport, the days that it takes to take a fruit or a vegetable to Europe is quite long. So what is very important in this case is the post-harvest technology. So the moment that you are going to harvest, is it not too ripe? And then, of course, the packaging and the technologies you use when you do the transport. So these are very important aspects, and people are giving advisory on this, my Wageningen colleagues. And what we also experience, especially from Suriname, for example, we receive a lot of vegetables from Suriname because there's a lot of diaspora in the Netherlands. And what we feel is that the European market is very critical on residues on vegetables. So residues of agrochemical liquids or whatever. So there it is important to take care of, for example, integrated pest management and really control the use of pesticides on the production of vegetables. And this is especially important as you still want to increase this production of vegetables. So this means that new farmers are going, or farmers are probably going to start with now vegetable production. So you still are in the chance to start a good training with them on the production of vegetables without the use, or without as less as possible the use of agrochemical materials. So that's from my side.
Thank you,
very
Ria.
much.
Very nice to see your face. And I think we mentioned earlier the issue of food labeling and the need ultimately that exports are going to be affected by that potentially. And Ria there just mentioned the issue of residues, pesticide residues on food that is exported is now becoming quite a sharp one in a European context. I saw that we had a question come in online. But I can't see it. I wonder if we could see the chat, and I might be able to bring up that question. It was about greenhouses. But in the meantime, while we're finding that, I'm going to ask my colleague Toon to come up because he has a couple of reflections, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. Well, not a couple of, but I do have one thing that I've also... Do we have the question now?
No, we go to you.
Oh, there's the question. But I'll tell this first. I don't have really many things to add, but I pointed you at I think it's the Caribbean Beat magazine, the magazine of the Caribbean Airlines. And yesterday we read it in the plane when we came here, and it was an article about sustainable food system in the Caribbean, and it said that about 55% of fruits and vegetables in the Caribbean actually go to waste thanks to deterioration, high temperatures, and physical damage. So I think this is something that most of the Caribbean countries also will recognize. I know from St. Kitts and Nevis that the supermarkets, they have trucks, or at least the the lorries of the trucks that are cooling the stuff for the supermarkets. That's the only way of storing the food for the longer term. I think that especially also on these topics, so as Ria was pointing out, also the storage of the food, post-harvest storage is incredibly important. And I think that is something to work on indeed. And yeah, so the next is the question in the chat, I think. Any advances on protected environment, agriculture, greenhouses in Barbados? What do you see as the main challenges?
Thanks, Toon. And I think this, Ria has actually posted a reply to the question from Diego Acevedo. Are there any advances on protected environmental agriculture, brackets greenhouses, in Barbados? What do you see as the main challenges? Perhaps, Ria, if you wanted to come in quickly, and then maybe we go back to Keely to get a response from you on that. So, Ria first.
Yeah, quickly. Indeed, greenhouse horticulture is very interesting, as I heard that fresh water is scarce. Nevertheless, greenhouses really need a higher input, so you need really to have some capital to invest in the construction of a greenhouse, and not only the construction, but also to regulate the climate internally. So this needs some capital. You need to invest there something. The advantage, of course, is that you can be very efficient in using your fresh water, and you can also control very much the diseases on your crop. And I'm not sure about the hurricanes in Barbados, but of course, if you think about greenhouses on your island, then if the hurricanes are a problem, then you really need to have a very strong and solid greenhouse, which they are able to build actually, but this could be an issue. This from my side.
Thanks, Ria. So the message is, if you do build a greenhouse, make sure it won't blow away. Keely, did you want to come back on that question from Diego?
Yes. So as it relates to greenhouses, first of all, we've had commercial construction of greenhouses in Barbados. This is over 15 years, actually closer to nearly 20 years. And our experience, because Barbados is a low-lying tropical country, is that because greenhouses were designed to grow food in temperate countries in winter, then when you put them in a low-lying tropical environment, typically below 2,000 feet below sea level, then you tend to have a high buildup of the temperature and humidity complex leads to a high buildup of fungal pathogens. Now, even if you use passive ventilation in your greenhouses, the best that you can do is that you can cool to get 1 air exchange per minute, which means that your greenhouses can only be as cool as the outside. As a result of that, what tends to happen after about the first year to 2 years of growth, at best 2 years, is that we tend to get a buildup of fungal pathogens. Now, when I came into agriculture, I actually started as an integrated pest management specialist at the largest greenhouse company in Barbados. At the time, we had 185,000 square feet under greenhouse cover growing tomatoes and peppers. And our experience was that we had so much fungal and bacterial pathogens. We sent them to Cabby in the UK to get tested, and what we found was that most of the pathogens that were infecting were actually secondary pathogens. What we thought were things like tomato leaf curl virus and things like that was actually things like Pseudomonas and other secondary pathogens that typically would not infect a plant until after it had been compromised in somewhere before. So what we saw is that the heat in the greenhouses, and again at 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock, the heat in the greenhouses in low-lying tropical environments is unbearable. Even for workers, the workers find it very difficult to work in such conditions. So while it would protect the plants from rain, and it would protect and provide creating opportunities, use greenhouse hydroponics, which could reduce your water to about 10% of what you would typically need in the open field. On the other hand, unlike a subtropical environment like Israel or Spain, where you have the low humidity, that high humidity, average humidity in Barbados is 78%, and it moves up to 95% for most days of the year. So there's not a lot of room in a greenhouse type environment. Those of you who are familiar would appreciate that. For greenhouses, the whole context is that by enclosing the building with plastic and you have a low enough humidity, you're actually going to drop the temperature and raise the humidity. So if the humidity is already high, there's not a lot of room. We had even tried evaporative transpiration cooling with large extractor fans. The first 10 feet from the evaporative pad was cool, and the other 250 or 300 feet was not. So what you would see then is the house is completely unbearable. Now, what we need to start to look at would be how could we take shade cloth. I saw in Israel that they would put shade cloth over the greenhouse and then also have another layer of shade cloth at where the gutter and the apex meet. What that does is actually traps the hot air in that area while also reducing some of the infrared radiation. So those are some things that we could try, because again, in the tropical environment, you can reduce the sunlight by 50% without a loss in quality. But greenhouse cooling becomes a critical issue that if we don't address it, it limits our capacity to be able to grow in greenhouses. Now, having traveled around the Caribbean, I have seen similar situations in other Caribbean islands where greenhouses are constructed below that 2,000 feet above sea level. In Jamaica, for example, in the mountains in Manchester, or in Dominican Republic, where there are greenhouses in the mountains, Colombia as well, those places, you would see that it's the altitude then that changes the environment that allows them to grow successfully in greenhouse conditions. So that's an area of scientific work that we do need some assistance and more research on, looking at ways to cool the greenhouse to a point that makes it consistent for production. The other aspect as it relates to hurricanes is that even when you construct greenhouses up to category 3, 200 mile per hour winds, you still have to take off the plastic. Because if you don't take off the plastic, there's the risk that the winds will come through. And so typically the approach has been that if a hurricane is coming, you take off the plastic, you secure whatever plants you can, you harvest whatever you can. And then once the hurricane has passed, then you would take the plastic and put it back on again. So it doesn't, there is one company, I believe, that's been pioneering a hurricane-resistant greenhouse that they've indicated can withstand category 5 hurricanes. We haven't tested it to see if it will really do that. But the challenge with that, from what I understand, is that the cost per square foot is so astronomical, it would make it very unprofitable to grow in the greenhouse. And as it relates to profitability, the other aspect, as you guys would be aware, in Holland, is that not every crop that can be grown in a greenhouse can be grown profitably. Hence why the focus has typically been on tomatoes and peppers, because they're indeterminate varieties, or on cucumbers and lettuces, because they're short-term crops and you can get more crop turnover. So if we're trying to tackle some of our food security issues, and for example, onions and carrots are 2 of the top items that we import, it wouldn't be as commercially viable to grow them in a greenhouse setting. The other area that we are looking at in terms of cost of greenhouses and reducing the cost of production is looking at low-cost wooden greenhouses, because while they may not be able to withstand a hurricane, they are cheap enough that the payback time is so quick that even if they were damaged by a hurricane, that you could have another set of wood ready and waiting and constructed in a short order of time. So it becomes a matter of cost. And I do think that the low-tech solution, especially for smallholder farmers, would allow smallholder farmers to at least have a small portion of their production under a protected environment setting that would give them some consistency for their income. And while it may not be as high-tech, it may be more practical given the fact that we are getting more severe weather events. So even when we're not being hit by a hurricane, we are getting like periods of several days of rain and flooding. You can get periods of, we've had something called a mesocyclone, a freak storm that wasn't a hurricane that caused severe damage. So there are a number of extreme weather events that we are seeing that would still say, let us look at protected agriculture, greenhouse type structures, but we want to pair it off with what is cost effective for smallholder farmers and in the context of small island developing states with a very difficult climate.
Super. Thanks for that comprehensive answer, Keely. And just before we take a coffee break, which is what we're going to do next, I noticed that John Allain raised a hand, and perhaps he wants to come in with a comment. So, John, yeah, I can see you there with your hand up. Would you like to come in? You have a comment or a question? Okay, perhaps not. Well, maybe, John, you can... oh, John is over there. No? We have a question in the audience. Yes. Oh, John has come in as well. So we have John and then we come to you. Yeah, thank you very much. John, can't hear you at the moment. Still can't hear you. Nope. Oh, technical support. Still can't hear you. Perhaps you just fix that and we'll go to the question that's in the room. We'll come back to you in a second. So, would you like to come up here? Or do we have a microphone? I think maybe come up here. Yeah, come here. It's the easiest, isn't it? And would you like to introduce yourself as well? Welcome.
Thank you and good morning. The name is Keith George. I'm from Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, TADCO. And I want to say thanks for the opportunity to be here. I also want to acknowledge Wageningen, and I had the privilege of studying in the Netherlands at Wageningen University, back some time now. My question relates to the last comment. Well, first of all, I make a comment. Lancelet report, it made mention of the fact that 1/3 of the world's food is wasted. And our good colleague is now saying that 55% of the food produced in the Caribbean is wasted, so that we are above the world's average in terms of wastage of food. The challenge, therefore, is additional or further production the real challenge, or reduction of waste? And therefore, we speak to the issue of post-harvest management and value chain development. And I know that those are two major areas in which there is a serious challenge, post-harvest management and value chain development. A lot of what we produce is consumed fresh. The life is short, and therefore, automatically, the waste increases. And I would want to suspect and suggest that there is a lot of work and assistance that is required in terms of post-harvest management and value chain development. Thank you.
That's excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. And really picking up on some of the points there. Yes, we have another member of the audience. Would you like to come forward and ask your question from here? I think it's probably the easiest way for us to do it. Well, we can't hear you online unless you come to the microphone, so you're going to have to get... the cameras are off now, so... well, maybe not. Sure.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Sandra Williams, and I am also from the Tobago Agri Business Development Company, better known as TATCO. Based on what I heard in terms of the Trinidad presentation on the challenges, I really want to, if you permit me, to say something in the context of Tobago, because we dealt with Trinidad, and partly we also need to deal with Tobago. For me, some of the challenges, I've been in agriculture for over 25 years, and I've worked in several areas, and what I've seen is that we have challenges in these areas. One, adequate facility for soil testing. We have limitation for chemical and biological soil testing analysis, soil analysis. There is no lab on the island. The only lab is in Trinidad at Centeno, and that has its limitation. That's one. Irrigation water availability. We are a rain-fed society here. Our farming is rain-fed, and we have not had adequate wells or resources to have irrigation water. The other challenge I think we face here that I see is our terrain is very hilly, and our soil stability is also a problem. We need some work in giving persons the right method or technology how to conserve the soil here on the island. Breeding stock for livestock is a problem, or it needs some beefing up. Poultry, we need things like an adequate abattoir for slaughter. For poultry, our data management on the island is also a problem, where the acquisition, storage, and dissemination of data for agriculture is an issue. So these are some of the challenges we have for sustainability. Our infrastructure, one of the directors just spoke about it, handling and post-harvest management, food safety, but also infrastructure for this, and also infrastructure for value addition. The processing aspect of it, we require, I think that's one of the challenges. Also, we have the consumer awareness in terms of food safety, chemical levels, the residual levels in food. We need to have consumers being aware of these things. We have a problem with annual flooding on the island, so we have the peaks where we have good, nice prices for stuff, and then you have high prices because of the flooding problem. We have food scarcity somewhere along there. Research and development is also an issue. Our R&D here need to be beefed up, especially you need to know the crop, the efficacy, or what crop do you really add value to get the highest yield and the highest potential from that crop. In terms of farming as a business, farmers, both the livestock and the crop farmers, needs some training in business management. And finally, funding. To have some fund with some lower collateral requirements so that the business can bloom. This is where I see on the island where the challenges, and if we could address them, we can certainly help Tobago move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. And I think, well, microfinance, these kinds of things are things to think about. Data infrastructure, of course, as well. One of the projects we've been involved in Africa, for instance, is actually for farmers to use their mobile phones to photograph pests and to photograph crops, and then for that to go to some kind of central database, but also that experts can review that information that they see that's being uploaded and can give advice on pest control and other aspects. And it's doable. It's technology that works in the sense that everybody has a smartphone now, but not everybody, but a lot of people have a smartphone, and it is possible to photograph and upload and to download information about, we heard also about the alien invasive species you have, but if farmers have applications, apps on their phones, they can actually get real-time information or close to real-time information about pest infestation and actions that might be useful to take in relation to some of those issues, also in perhaps for water management as well. So that's something to think about for the future, but the issues you raise clearly are clear and present now, and we have made notes of these, and these are all things where I think we can exchange and think about useful things to do. And the other thing that occurs to me is that there are funding schemes for research, and I wonder to the extent to which you're tapped into those, whether you're able to secure funding. That is something that we do as well, and to find projects that we can engage in collaboration is maybe something for the future as well. So that's perhaps something that we could also talk about when we take the break. So I'm going to take, I know that John is still there, but I think we come back to him after the break and hope that he's sorted his IT problems out. And I'm going to say we take, let's say 10 minutes till 12:20 in the expectation that everybody's back sitting down by 12:25 for a coffee or a tea, which is through there. And then we'll come back for Dominica. And then we take a break for lunch after that. So thank you all very much. I'd just like to give a round of applause to our presenters and to you as an audience for your attention. Hello, everyone. I think we're probably ready to go again. And the break was longer than anticipated, but that's just a fact of life, I think. So we can anticipate that things will take longer in life generally than we think they will. So I believe that Dominica may be online, but I'm not sure if our IT people are ready to help us. There's Sean, very good. They should be there any time now. So whilst I was enjoying the break, I was looking out of the window watching an osprey, which is a lovely bird of prey, I have to say. In Dutch we call it visarend. And he wasn't fishing, but he was just hovering, drifting around together with the frigate birds. Super, we're all coming back in. And Sean, how are we doing with the IT? Have we got Dominica coming online? Thank you for your patience online, by the way. So my suggestion is that we'll have this session, we'll have a bit of question and answer, and then we take a longer break for lunch. But I think we've got another half hour maybe for this, which means lunch will be a bit later, but let's go for it anyway. And before lunch we can have just a general question and answer. Very much appreciated people coming forward and with statements and comments before the break, and hopefully we have a bit of that afterwards. If you can see me looking this way online, it's because our IT, information technology, is over there. And things will happen very soon. By the way, the food was very nice. I've still got the taste there. Great, I can see everybody now. And Dominica, are you there?
This is Dr. Mario Kazumi from Dominica. Yes, we are here.
Super.
Are you hearing me?
Welcome.
Yeah, greetings.
Lovely to see you.
Okay, we are here, yeah.
And
Dominica, could you please turn your video on if you have any at all? Thank you.
We'd love to see you, yes, if...
Yes, my camera is not actually working 100%, but I do have a camera. I don't know why it's not on. Hold on a minute. Oh, it's actually not plugged in. Sorry about that, guys.
Dominica, do you have a presentation to share on your screen?
Yes, we do have a presentation we could share.
Oh, great. We see you now.
We see you. Good to see you.
Okay, so we go to share presentations. Let me show you that. Share screen, sorry, share screen. Hold on, I don't get some assistance.
It's at the bottom there. There's a line of icons on the bottom of the screen, and there's one with a little arrow pointing upwards. And if you click that, it should allow you to share. It's the one next to the hand. In the meantime, we can't hear you.
I know. I'm trying
know,
to get some assistance from my
very
colleagues to share this screen. So that is the presentation there where I share it. It's on the desktop. So they're telling me there right now to go to it and share screen there.
Super.
This one there, the entire screen. No. Where's my presentation? We are trying our best to do that there and with no success session, so please bear. How do I share it? My whole screen or the entire screen or window or tab?
So click on that, the arrow next to the raised hand. You'll see a screen appear, put the cursor over it, click on that.
Screen?
And then share will activate.
When it click on one.
You'll see your screen comes up, put the cursor over that. Then you'll see the word share activated. Then click on share and click my entire screen.
Oh, okay, share.
Yeah, next to the raised hand, the right, yeah.
So
yeah.
what am I sharing now?
And then select whatever document on your computer you want to share. So it's happening.
My computer is actually acting very.
Is it if it's a presentation, launch the presentation.
It is actually showing a very crazy screen right now, jumping all over the place.
Okay.
Look the folder open there right there. Yeah, look the screen there right there.
So I don't know what I do. Go back in your mix.
Do you have a presentation on the desktop?
Yes, I do have a presentation ready to go, but I'm not finding a means to actually...
So open the presentation and minimize it.
Yes, it's minimized. This one entire screen a window.
Then share the screen, go through the process, click on that square with the arrow.
Are you seeing me?
Yes, we're seeing you. So launch the presentation now. Just launch it now and you're good to go.
Launch it? How do you mean launch it?
Yeah, either it's up. Okay, no, it's up. Is it launched? Yeah, I know.
So you all guys see my screen?
Yeah, we're seeing it, but you need to launch it. So go to the bottom of the screen to the right, and you'll see, or you could go to the top left and click on slideshow. Just open up the presentation.
You're seeing it right now?
I'm seeing that, but I need you to launch the presentation. You could go to the top left, click on slideshow. Where's your cursor? Yeah, move your cursor up a little bit. Yeah, I'm seeing it at the bottom of the screen.
To the top left,
click from the beginning. Top left, from the beginning. Yeah, just click from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Right, click that. And it should be fine. Double click on from beginning.
You good?
No. I mean, we could work with it, but that's not what I wanted. But let's go with that.
Because I am actually doing from beginning slideshow.
This is fine if you leave it as it is and take it from here and just click down to the different slides as you want to show them. So what we can see now is what you can see: Ministry of Blue and Green Economy, Agriculture and National Food Security.
So cool. And sorry for the inconvenience, colleagues.
No problem.
Yeah, I am not the most tech-savvy person within that department. But in face of the symposium, we have put this presentation together and we have dubbed it Building Resilience in the Face of Disaster. Because as we speak, we are right into the hurricane season, and as recent as Friday over the weekend, we suffered some significant flooding in the eastern part of the island where some roadworks was heavily compromised to include loss of livestock and crop damage. So we within the ag sector are focusing significantly on resilience post our experiences of Hurricane Maria in 2017, where 225% of our gross domestic product was actually lost. The agricultural sector suffered significantly, and as such, we are forced to actually address the issues of climate change and disaster risk reduction and management within the ag sector very, very significantly. So our presentation will focus along that. Just for general information, the Commonwealth of Dominica, centrally located within the islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique, French departments and French territories. It is basically an agrarian society which has actually enjoyed the heydays and glory days of the banana era in the early 80s, where significant of our livelihood in terms of our rural folks.
Can you click down to the next slide? Because I think you're on the.
You are still seeing my first slide. Have you seen my preamble slide?
We can see your first slide. We can't see your preamble slide. You just have to click it down on the left. So hover over move your cursor to the left and hover over the preamble slide and just click on it and we'll see it.
So yeah, I've hovered over it and...
Keep going left, I can see it. Go left and just click on the preamble slide.
Are you seeing it?
Not yet.
No. Man, we're having some serious technical issues. Yeah, for real. I don't know, because you're telling me that you are not seeing it. I've done everything that you have asked me.
I can see where your cursor is, your mouse. If you move it...
But you're not seeing it.
There's your...
I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
There you are, that's it.
Yeah.
Now we've got it. Now we've got it. Yep.
So you see my preamble slide?
We do. And if you just click on the next slide when you want it, then it'll come up for us. So that's perfect.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah.
Super.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So I was saying that basically the Commonwealth of Dominica is an agrarian-based society. Yeah, a lot of our rural folks actually earn their livelihood from engagement either in the fisheries subsector or as crop farmers. Obviously, over the past couple of decades, in the last 2 decades, we have definitely seen our agri-food system suffering and being hit hard by climate-induced disasters, to include 2015 Tropical Storm Erica and in 2017 Hurricane Maria. Are we seeing the slides? What's the challenge? Are we seeing the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so the challenge, Dominica is particularly vulnerable to disasters, as the graphic imagery displays. That was imagery taken from 2015 Tropical Storm Erica, which ravaged the southeast community of Petit Savan. And actually that community has since been displaced and relocated. Hence, the pressure that we actually face in terms of adversity regards to our exposure and our vulnerability. This is again due in fact to our location within the Atlantic Hurricane Belt, whereby every season there is a more than 50% chance likelihood that we are going to get a storm or some kind of tropical induced event. And like I said, over the weekend was no exception, where images like that, which actually was taken in 2015, were again vivid in the minds of our southern eastern folks in the areas of Casibro. So again, damages from Tropical Storm Erica total some $778 in 2015, and damages by Tropical Storm Maria, like I alluded to, was estimated at 226% of our gross domestic product in 2017. So for the period 1980 to 2007, Dominica was actually hit hard in terms of the economic damages valued at over $670 million for that time frame there. So again, for the ag sector there, it is significant in terms of our resilience building agenda. And for us in Dominica, the application of disaster risk management and climate change principles is again synonymous to what we call hillside farming technology, because again, a lot of these imageries there will become very common if no significant remedial actions are taken. And for us, within the ag sector, the remedial action means a lot to do with the sustainable hillside farming technologies, to include contour farming, terracing, the development of check jams and diversion drains, and more significantly, the use of vetiver as a slope stabilizing green engineering technology. And the imagery being depicted there is meant to allude to that, whereby a significant percentage of our slopes in Dominica are above 37 degrees. And that in itself there is basically what we consider flatland. So in order to sustainably farm these very, very steep slopes in Dominica, there some certain level of green engineering technologies has to be employed. And for us in Dominica, the whole issue of contour farming and terracing becomes very, very important. So the use of the A-frame, the use of grass barriers there to mitigate and minimize soil erosion, soil conservation issues there becomes very, very dear and important to us. So we have the public sector investment program, which actually looks at, again, within the ag sector, look at improved agronomic practices to include the use of organic fertilization, minimal soil disturbance, and the incorporation of residues into the system. The whole issue of terracing, the use of gabion baskets, all these green engineering technologies, which further leads to the sustainable intensification of food production. And we would like to actually underscore that word there, the sustainable intensification, because we know based on the pressures in terms of the populace that we need to increase our food production to actually meet that demand in terms of food sovereignty, food security. But to do such, we need to do it in a very intensified manner. But again, respecting the laws of nature and being very, very cognizant that in the fragile ecosystem on which we operate there, the marriage of good agronomic principles to include the respect for nature and the issue of stewardship has to be important. So the sustainable intensification of food production becomes very, very important for a hillside agrarian society like Dominica. And as such, the government, through the public sector investment portfolio programs, has saw it fit to actually dedicate significant financial resources towards the issue of disaster risk management and climate change adaptation within the ag sector. So in conclusion, what we are saying is that, yes, for us, crop production there will remain very, very important, but recognizing that our ecosystem is the most pristine and highly prized natural resource that Dominica actually endures, that we will actually engage farming activities which are necessarily synonymous to the respect for nature. So again, the issue of our Red Plus programs, the payment for ecological system services, and the whole issue of reforestation becomes critical activities in terms of our sustainable thrust in intensifying agriculture. Thank you. I hope I did justice in terms of the concepts that Dominica is putting forward. But again, like I said, the whole issue is about climate change adaptation, the halting of land degradation, increasing our issue of local food sovereignty, as well as food security, and again, utilizing our natural assets, unfortunately, or fortunately in this case, our hill slopes to the added advantage of sustainable production of food. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. It sounds like you have many challenges at the moment. Just a question to you. What do you see being the main challenges in the next 5 years? I mean, in terms of how far are you with addressing some of these challenges using the techniques that you've just put forward to us?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a lot of, and I use that word very, very lightly, political will. Because again, Dominicans had the history and the knowledge of actually engaging in this kind of soft green technologies. Once upon a time there, within the Eastern Caribbean states there, we were the mirrored living laboratory where a lot of the agriculture extension officers would come down to see what we actually do with our slopes, because by definition, our slopes in Dominica should not permit us to actually engage in agriculture. Like I said, our average slope is in excess of 37 degrees, and we have been cultivating these slopes there for centuries gone by. Obviously employing some level of technologies and the use of dead barriers, live barriers, grass barriers, etc. But these kind of technologies, they come with significant financial investments. And it was kind of easier for the plantation estate system to invest in those kind of technologies. But with the fragmentation of plantation estates to acreages on an average of 2 hectares, which is now family-owned, privately owned farms, it becomes much more challenging in terms of the capital investment needed to invest in those kind of technologies, especially when it's significantly compromised. So you have farmers now with smaller fragments and smaller parcels of land, not having the luxury in terms of financial luxury to invest in those kind of green technologies, as well as not seeing necessarily the financial reward vis-a-vis the compromising of small parcels of land at the expense of, quote-unquote, the environment. So that is just a perception, but at the end of the day, it's a reality in terms of their financial decisions that they make on farms. So to me, that is a very, very challenge that we have in moving forward in terms of how do we see now the balance between, yes, the ecological reality, but given the financial circumstances, how do we mitigate against that? So I think that is going to be challenging in terms of getting that kind of financial resources required to make those kind of investments on farm. Thanks.
Super, thanks for that response. I'm just looking at the audience now and colleagues. Any comments or reflections? Shall I get the microphone for you? Then you don't have to come out. Oh no, tone's coming now. Just one question while he's coming out. Do you have good collaboration between your small farmers, your small landowners? Do they cooperate and collaborate together?
Yes, and in recent times, when I say recent times, within the last 2 to 3 years, we have seen an upsurge in the formation of farmer groups and organizations. And actually, that is a response from a call made by the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Fidel Grant, where we have recognized the importance of farmer groups and organizations in moving the process forward. And as we speak, through the World Bank and the assistance from the World Bank, we are investing in an agricultural emergency livelihood and recovery program where we are currently focusing on the concept of the productive alliance, where we are making that direct contact in terms of a dedicated buyer, group of organized producers with a crop that the market is requiring. So we are exploring that concept as we engage with our farmers with regards to our white potato crop for the upcoming season, as well as our exports of passion fruit, which is a semi-annual pulp in terms of juicing, as well as the issue of our roots and tubers, more specifically our dashing colocas and our yams. diasporas. So these are some of the crops that we are working with regards to the development of this productive alliance. Like I said, we have a number of farmer groups and organizations. Some of them are very, very strong in terms of membership and longevity, as well as legal status. Some of them do not actually enjoy that luxury in terms of the informal nature, but nonetheless, they play a very, very dynamic role in terms of the movement of crops, especially in terms of exports via the huckster trade and via the informal organization of themselves at the community level.
Super.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, thanks for that. And I'm going to just hand over to my colleague Tone Fogel, who is going to make some reflections on what we've just heard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, regarding your points you made about steep slopes and all these measures that you are taking, and I think it is recognizable for most of us, or for the people that are here as well, also maybe also online, is that it's often quite complex to tell farmers, for example, that they have to make private investments, or that they have to put a lot of work in putting certain measures like barriers or like grass strips or whatever, just to prevent soil erosion. I think that's understandable. I think it is maybe that's also good to explain a bit for the people who are here, that if you were telling a bit about the assessments that you do there, if you use, for example, satellites or remote sensing like drones, you can model the water flow in areas. So if you have a valley, you know where the water flows. And the good thing about that is that you can simulate the effects of potential measures. So for example, if you simulate water vegetative strips, or if you simulate terraces, or all these kind of different measures, without having the need to really dig them there, because that's taking a lot of work, you can already try to simulate it in the model, in different erosion models, and then try to find out, hey, what could be the potential effect of these measures before actually implementing it. And by doing that, you can create some sort of a cost-benefit analysis. So, for example, you have a few plans, 3 plans of action. One is a simple plan, a medium plan, and a complicated plan, which of course is more expensive as well. But by doing that, you can make it more concrete. What can you do, at what costs, and with what benefits? And that really gives you an insight of the actual effects if you would implement certain measures. So that's maybe something to think about, that you can make these things more concrete and more quantified by making maps and different plans.
In response to that, I think that's a wonderful observation, and we are along this route. Obviously, it's going to take some time. We are developing capacity as it relates to drones and the use of aerial unmanned technologies and vehicle systems. Yes, we are fortunate to have, at least in the last 2 months, we have had 8 officers within the Division of Agriculture trained and certified in terms of commercial drone pilots, and we have been utilizing their expertise in doing exactly that. As we speak, we have assistance again from the World Bank looking at a Sustainable Land Management Initiative program, which is looking at some specific interventions to include the restoration of some specific water catchment and watersheds. We have seen some degradation of our watersheds and catchment areas from natural phenomena as well as from anthropogenic sources, and that we are addressing very, very significantly. So yes, we have seen the potential and the use of those kind of technologies, to include drone technologies and the use of geospatial data in terms of modeling. Like I said, we have developed some specific land parish maps which have given us some 100-year scenarios with regards to flooding, etc. So the technology and the use of this kind of what I'll call high-speed technology is finding its way within our ag sector. Obviously, it's something that we are learning as we're going along the lines, but we have seen the potential of it already in terms of not only the imagery that we have been capturing. So, for example, in as little as 9 hours of flying time, we have been able to actually capture over 3,000 hectares of land in Dominica you know, in terms of various areas to encompass, you know, satellite imagery from almost all the productive cardinal points, north, south, east, west of the island. And as such, there we are developing our base maps, which are now informing us of a number of issues that were not actually known to us just from our ground truthing exercises in terms of extension work. So we are definitely making inroads in that, and we are utilizing the technology to the best of our ability. Obviously, there's room for improvement, but like I said, it's a very, very infant learning curve for us, but we see the potential and we are doing exactly that. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, a short response to that. Thank you. I would be happy to hear about these projects or learn more. So if well, you could maybe send or share some, but I will find out your contact as well to maybe discuss about this. And if you have any questions, I'm sure that there are questions or challenges. You can also follow up later, of course. Yeah.
Super. Well, thank you both for that exchange. We have an opportunity for some general comments. I'm looking at my colleague Yella because he was talking to me about niche markets around coffee time, and I think it may be useful for him just to make some reflections on that. And obviously, in the audience, if you would like to come back on any of these points, also online, then we have an opportunity before we break for lunch. Yella.
Yes, thank you, Lawrence. Actually, two observations. I saw in the presentation just provided, there was a lot about public investments, and of course, really important to have public investments in these kind of challenges. But I also believe that these kind of challenges also require private investments. From private companies, but also from the individual farmers. So we should also look into the combination of public-private partnerships to really tackle these challenges. And referring to what Lawrence said about the niche marketing, it was also something provided in the presentation by Tobago. It's quite hard to have competition as a small island with the really big producers from Brazil or Colombia, or because they have the logistical advantage. And when people in Europe or America buy something, of course price is an important factor, but people don't just buy a product, they buy a story. So if you provide a very good story with your product, like the rum from Barbados is sunshine and nice weather, people will taste that. They don't really taste it, but they believe they taste it, so they taste it. And I think if you're really looking into market opportunities in Europe or America, then try to look into niche marketing, create stories, and sell those stories as your product.
Super. Great. Are there any questions online? Just looking over on the IT side to see if something's come through. Ria asked a question, is land tenure an issue in Dominica for small farmers, or are farmers secure regarding ownership of their land? And I see Ria there. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting, your presentation. And I was actually, yes, wondering how secure are small farmers on the land? For example, especially those farmers that are on the slopes, where you actually, what I did here, do not want to have agriculture production. So what possibilities do you have as Dominica still to move farmers and to compensate them maybe to other parts of the island where the land is still flat? But yeah, thank you.
Ria, flat in Dominica is a relative term because
less than 45 degrees. Yeah.
No, we do not have the luxury of actually relocating a lot of farmers like that. Actually, in my lifetime, I've only heard of 2 relocations, huge relocations, like I alluded to in my presentation. Somewhere in 2015, we had this huge tropical storm Erica, which destroyed the southeast community of Petit Savon. The entire community had to be relocated. I think 37 people lost their lives in that incident there. So yeah, that was significant. Some years prior to that, I think in 1986, we had some similar issues in a landslide which actually devastated another southeastern community of Bacatel. I can't give details to that. That information is not at the tip of my hands. But the point is that Dominica is very vulnerable to those kind of natural phenomena. And we have experienced it in the past. We have seen it. In 2017, the western coast of Cooley Beach Tree was damaged by Hurricane Maria, loss of life, property, livelihoods. So Dominica, based on its location within the North Atlantic belt, is very, very vulnerable, susceptible to those natural phenomena. We are not going to see Dominica get flat anymore, and we are not going to have the luxury of farmers actually farming very flat lands like we see on television. The reality for us in Dominica is that we have to manage our hillside slopes, which we have done very successfully in the past, because again, coming from the plantation estate philosophy, significant investment was put in these technologies to include the use of windbreaks, the use of grass barriers, and again, the agroforestry systems was very, very significant and important in mitigating against these effects. So the use of tropical windbreak species such as galba and those kind of other gourmet species, they were very, very prominent on the landscape. Like I said, and that was very, very easy to do at the plantation level, 100-acre farm, you know what I mean? You can do that. Right now, we have fragmented our farming systems. So on average, we have farmers owning land, and I underscore that word, their own, because that was the question you asked. Land tenure in Dominica is not necessarily a problem. Actually, that is one of the biggest assets that we have. And we pride ourselves in actually being the owners of our land. So, yeah, we do not rent, lease, or borrow. Yeah, most farmers who actually are engaged in farming at the rural level, they own their land. There might be some challenges and issues with the issuance of the certificate of titles, but by common knowledge or by law of the land, it is known that these people own their land. Some of them, significant percentage of the farmers, do have certificate of titles to prove their ownership. But that again, land in Dominica, there is a very, very, very dear asset. It's actually reflected in our national anthem. So yes, we pride ourselves in being owners of our own land. And as such, these small farms right now, 5 acres of land, do not see the necessity or do not have the financial luxury of investing in those kind of green technologies to mitigate against such. So to them, a 5-acre farm, I'm going to try to exploit that farm, vegetable production in terms of capital returns. They do not necessarily see the cost benefit of investing in a windbreak system. So that is some of the challenges that we as Extension now need to actually convey out there in terms of the importance of soil conservation for longevity, etc., etc., etc. I hope I did answer your question.
Super, thanks.
Okay.
You got a thumbs up from Ria there. So, I'm just looking around the audience and also asking online. Yes, we have one comment or statement, and Ria says thank you very much. I'm just going to go to the back of the room and invite a comment.
Keith George again is the name. And Dominica would have raised a very potent issue of disaster. And I think that's one of the areas that we need support with. disaster management, and post-disaster damage and loss assessment skills and training in that particular area. So disaster management strategies and post-disaster, after the event, how do you assess the situation, even for reporting purposes? Thank you.
Yes, and I guess that is something that won't go away. So, yes, back to Dominica. You want to come back in now?
Yes, I comment on that and I endorse that point because, again, through FAO, Dominica has been exposed to the tool in terms of damage and loss assessment. But again, the challenge is how do we actually mainstream it in terms of our normal extension everyday function? Because the reality is we within the Eastern Caribbean, we are going to be faced with these ravages ever more so often. And we need to actually have our extension officers capacitated in terms of utilizing the tools with regards to reporting damage and loss. And we found that very, very challenging after Maria in 2017, but more challenging post-Tropical Storm Erica in 2015, notwithstanding that we were exposed to the tools as offered by FAO. So the point that my colleague from Tobago made there, I endorse very, very, very forcefully in terms of we need to have now standardized operating procedures in terms of how do we mainstream those kind of assessments into our normal extension routine functions. Because the challenge is, yes, we were exposed, but the psychological effect in the head of the extension officer is that, you know what, that is not my normal and necessarily job, and I'm not going to go out all the way to do it. They might do it, and they will do it based on a mandate, but it's not something that they are gravitating to naturally. So they find it as being additional work. And again, the concept of what does the extension officer or what is expected of an extension officer in 2022, again, looking at the issues of climate change, disaster risk management in Caribbean agricultural life. And does now his role need to focus much more on these kind of issues as opposed to the traditional monitoring of crop production in terms of how many plants were established, when is the anticipated harvest expected, etc., etc. I'm putting more emphasis now on the ecological systems approach to extension delivery. So these are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves. But definitely I concur that these damage and loss assessment tools need to be mainstream, not only in Dominica and Barbados, but across the entire Eastern Caribbean with regards to our vulnerability and risk with regards to disaster. So thanks a lot.
Well, thank you for that response. And it occurs to me again that drone technology can be helpful in this situation. Certainly in terms of making a photographic record of damage and other aspects, and also in relation to the establishment of crops, the loss of crops, and so on. This has been an excellent morning session. We took our coffee break a little bit late, and we're taking lunch a little bit late, but I'm going to suggest now that we break for lunch. My proposal is that we come back at 2:15, because that gives you almost a full lunch hour. We come back at 2:15 and we'll catch up for the rest of the afternoon with the aim that we finish at 4 o'clock. Once again, thank you to our speakers very much, and thank you to the audience, and let's just have a round of applause for that. Thank you. See you at 2:15.
So, our next main event is a presentation by the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program. And there he is. There he is. Welcome. Would you like to come up? And you have a presentation on your laptop there? Are you reading from it? Yeah, okay, then I'm going to hand the stage over to you. Please come. And very nice to meet you.
Yes, same here.
Super. And if you'd like to introduce yourself as well, that would be excellent. So,
all right.
Off we go.
Well, good afternoon. All right. Enjoyed lunch? It was sumptuous. I had to rush mine because, you know, when that presentation is up next, you're thinking about it, so it kind of cut my appetite. So you enjoyed better than I. But my name is Barry Lovelace. I'm the chairman of the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program. A long name. Thereafter, I'll be saying Tobago Reforestation, right, for ease. I just want to recognize His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And, well, I heard your name is very difficult to pronounce, so don't even try. Right? It's up? All right, yes. Make sure this is working. All right, so I've been through that. All right, just to add a little context as to where we sit in the scheme of things. Now, Tobago Reforestation is a non-profit organization, and it sits under the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, and the Environment. Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, another long name. Right? Henceforth, I'll say the division. Right? And you can see the other departments under that vision: agriculture, natural resources, and the environment, and so forth. And of course, we are closest akin to those two: agriculture, natural resources, and the environment. So we work very closely together since we share mission and mandate. Just a brief history I'll fly through. Now, the Tobago Reforestation has its roots in the National Reforestation Program, and that would have begun in 2004. Right? There were some ups and downs. It had some challenges. Hence, by the time 2012, the government, it was under the Ministry of Planning, right? They cancelled the Tobago program. Therefore, the Tobago House of Assembly took it on fully, and therefore it became now the Tobago Reforestation, Watershed, etc. Right? And then it was under the division, the same division. Right? It wasn't until October 2017 that the then Executive Council decided to incorporate the organization as a non-profit, right? A non-profit corporation. So that was done on October 2017. It remained non-operational up until 2020. That's when the first board was installed. And of course, between 2020 and 2022, we had change of regime, and a new board, a fresh board, was appointed with a renewed mandate. So I still think of the company as a startup company in that regard. All right, so we're fresh, new kid on the block. And so the board members, the incumbent, would have had retreats and so on, looking at the vision, renewing the vision. And so we have a fresh vision. And the renewed vision is simply forests that feed, heal, inspire, and transform lives. I repeat, forests that feed, heal, inspire, and transform lives. And how do we propose to pursue this vision? Right? We intend to do so by to contribute to this vision through forestry, watershed management, promotion of agroforestry systems, and social enterprise. And all of this is towards self-sufficiency of Tobago. All right? Right, so coming out of the mission, we can think of, or we can categorize the activities of Tobago Reforestation under these three themes. We have forestry and watershed management, agroforestry, and social enterprise. So I'll attempt to explain in a nutshell, as quickly as I can, the strategic direction of this company. Well, first, forestry. Now, from the inception, as you would have heard, Tobago Reforestation's mission has always been to conserve and increase forest capital. Now, of course, this is done primarily through the planting of trees and so on. Now, other examples of activities under this theme would include things like trail development and maintenance, building of check dams to control erosion, replanting the denuded areas, probably with timber species or fruit species. Just had a conversation over lunch, the need to plant back trees, fruit trees in the forest so that the cockroaches can go back and not be such a pest to farmers and so on. So we're involved in stuff like that. Further, we are also committed to working with key stakeholders like the Department of Forestry, as I mentioned earlier, and other public and private stakeholders to protect Tobago's botanical heritage. And I see the Director of Forestry, of Environment, just walked in. Right? So in that regard, the Main Ridge Forest Reserve, we're looking to conserve that, and also to meet the objectives of the Man and the Biosphere designated area, which my colleague, I'm sure, will elaborate on. Right? So those are the things we're looking to fulfill. We also, currently, we are pursuing funding, Mr. Ambassador, right, for the Scarborough Botanical Gardens. We call it the Rewild Scarborough Botanical Garden Project. Right? And, well, it's a grand scheme. I'm sure we could tell you more about it, not here. But also, what is very exciting to us as well is that Tobago Reforestation is in the process of moving to our new headquarters at the Botanical Garden. That's it, at the, what's that? To be at your right, that building. So it's now refurbished and just waiting for us to occupy it. That's current. We also look to partner with other NGOs and entities that share our vision/mission. Right? This is one example, Corbin Local Wildlife. At present, we are engaged with them in discussions and developing a relationship with them, whereby some of our workers, or reforestation workers, will be trained at the facility, while at the same time making a contribution to its enhancement. All right? So agroforestry. Now, conventional agriculture is very productive, yes, but at a cost. The cost of soil that is depleted and eroded, water courses that are polluted or drying up, and a food system that produces 20 to 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. And so many experts worldwide now agree that we urgently need to transform the food system. I'm sure you've been hearing about it, and that includes agriculture. Now, Tobago Reforestation, we see agroforestry as a nature-based approach to production and land use. And this will play an important role in the transformation of Tobago's food system. So, agroforestry, being what it is, land use that combines trees and crops, right? Trees with livestock, trees with both crops and livestock. So that's the idea, and that's what we are promoting for Tobago. A pet project of Tobago Reforestation is that of the Tobago Breadfruit Initiative, and that would fall under this theme of agroforestry. We approach it in three components, where the first component that we are engaging right now is promotion of the benefits and the potential of breadfruit as a staple. And there are many, and Sandra could tell you a lot about that. Right? We also want to promote the general planting of the breadfruit tree. We are saying if every home has access to a breadfruit tree, we are in a good place as it pertains to well, or in a better place, I should say, as it pertains to food security. One tree can feed a family for years, all right? And so we're promoting that, and those pictures you see there, what we call the TBI caravan, the Tobago Breadfruit Initiative caravan, where we have representatives symbolically planting a breadfruit tree in their districts to encourage and promote the idea. Of course, we want to do also an inventory, because now that we started thinking about breadfruit and we drive around, we're realizing, hey, there are lots of breadfruit trees on the island. How many are there? Nobody knows. So we're trying to get an idea. So that's another activity. And also, we'll be engaging stakeholders, right? TATCO, I see many representatives here from TATCO, a main stakeholder in that endeavor, right? And others. The second component has to do with organized production, right? Of course, we have to supply the plants, and tissue culture might be the best way to go in that regard. Offering farm extension services and so on to farmers. And so we intend to up productivity in an organized way. And then the third component of that breadfruit initiative is to expand on markets, local markets, export markets. And of course, we can't do that part alone, right? In fact, none of the components we can do alone. We need to collaborate with our partners to make it happen. But we're promoting that way for Tobago. Another interesting agroforestry crop that we're looking to support is that of cocoa production, the cocoa sector. Right? And of course, we can contribute, because we have a labor force somewhat, we can contribute to the production side, but also to involve the reforestation workers in the downstream value chain aspects, and you'll see why in a little later. Right? Again, partnerships is important for this. We can't do that alone. It's a big industry, a big undertaking. And of course, the general promotion of agroforestry, because it improves farm yields, it improves or increases farm income, and it contributes to soil and water conservation. It's a good way to go. So we'll be encouraging Tobagonians to get involved in agroforestry. So that's a big part of our strategic mission. And then the third theme is that of social enterprise. Now, this has to do with the socio-economic development of Tobago, of our participants. Right? Of course, social enterprise or social enterprises are businesses or business model set up to tackle social or economic or environmental issues. All right? While social enterprises are driven primarily by social or environmental motives, they encourage in trading or commercial activities, or pursue these objectives and produce social and community gain. In other words, these are organizations that sell products or services for a profit, but then the profit now, it doesn't go into any stakeholder pocket or shareholders' pocket, but they go back to have some sort of social impact. And so, as a social intervention program, because that's what Tobago Reforestation started out of, as a social intervention program, what we seek to do is not simply rehabilitate forests or watersheds, but we also want to rehabilitate people. Right? So, in a sense, this is Tobago Reforestation's, what we call that, or theory of change, where we aspire to spawn social enterprises that are self-sustaining as a vehicle for socio-economic transformation in Tobago. Now, therefore, given that I've said that about social enterprises, the recruits to the program, the participants in the program, are expected to participate in a monitored training and self-development program. Of course, entrepreneurial ambitions will be encouraged and incentivized. So that's the idea. Some other activities that, or ideas so far for engaging the recruits in training would include, but not limited to, financial literacy and small business management, principles of agroforestry, crop production, environmental production, plant propagation and shade house management, having to do with seedlings and supply of plants, tour guiding, trail making and maintenance, agro-processing, the downstreams and so on. As I mentioned earlier, the cocoa and the making chocolate and so on. I saw John Claw here, or premier chocolate maker, right? So we'll be talking. In fact, we started talking already, right? Right? Another idea, which I think is a grand one, it might be experimental somewhat, but I think it has potential, and we start pursuing it, is that of a bamboo factory. Right? Basically, it has to do with harvesting the bamboo, curing it using a special method with boric acid and so on. We'll grade it and then find markets for different applications of the bamboo, construction, art, fencing, and that sort of thing. And another one is that of compost farming. Right? So those are two ideas that are good examples of the type of things that we think could grow into social enterprises. So that's in a nutshell what Tobago reforestation is about, right? Summarized there. And so what we seek now are partners. Right? We want to partner with organizations who share our vision and our mission of working towards forests that feed, heal, inspire, and transform lives. So, partner with us. All right? Thank you for listening.
Okay, well, the intention is we have a panel session at the end of this, and so I'm not going to request any questions at this point. And I'd like to move on to the next presentation. If I can find my glasses, I can tell you who it is. And I believe we have, let's see, Department of Natural Resources and Environment, Tobago's UNESCO Man and the Biosphere designation. I think that should also read Women and the Biosphere as well, because it's not only men. Sorry, small joke. And I can see that the presentation, our previous presentation, is just going onto the screen here. Do we have our next presenter? Yes, we do. I see him coming. Nice to meet you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Sure. Okay. Sean. Okay. My presentation is probably not going to be as effervescent as Barry's presentation. And I generally don't really like this format, to stand behind the lectern. I'm actually much more comfortable if I have a mic in my hand and I'm able to move around. But I'm going to try, because I'm constrained by the setup. So my name is Linford Beckles, and I am attached to the Department of the Environment. And we are one of the main partners involved in the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere program. I'm quite sure that you can see on your screen some of the other logos, particularly that of the Environmental Research Institute of Charlottesville. They were an integral part of this process as the main technical writers for the application. And I see Lanya is here representing the Environmental Research Institute of Charlottesville. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of the Demanded Biosphere program in Northeast Tobago and some of the opportunities and so on that we expect to come out of it. Sean? Okay, sure. So just a few basic things about the Northeast Tobago Marine Biosphere area. We received the designation just under 2 years ago. And the specific area that we are talking about in the northeast of Tobago, it's actually one of the best examples in the Caribbean context of a very much intact rich to reef ocean system. Of course, it includes the famous Mainways Forest Reserve, which was so designated in 1776. As a matter of fact, most people refer to it as the very first modern act of environmental management. And it's actually quite large. It's, well, in the Caribbean context, it's about 835 square kilometers, and I think just over 80% of the entire area is actually represented by a marine space, a defined marine space. Of course, it has significant biodiversity involved, and it covers an area of 15 villages from in the north at Moriah, stretching all onto the southern coast at Belgarden. And of course, in that specific area, we have just approximately 10,000 residents living there. Of course, the southwestern portion of the island is where we have the major concentration of the population. And of course, a picture tells 1,000 words. So the graphic that you are now seeing basically depicts the area, so you have a much better idea for those of us who are relatively familiar with the island as to the area that we are really speaking about. And of course, you can really get a feel for the size of the marine aspect of this particular area. And of course, this particular slide just basically briefly describes some of the services and so on that we can get from that specific area in terms of the regulating services, some of the provisioning services, cultural services, things of that nature. So I'm not going to spend too long on this, actually. So the Biosphere Reserve. What's really the function of a Biosphere Reserve? Well, maybe one of the very first things we need to do is to ask, what is a Biosphere Reserve? And for me, I think a very simple definition is that a Biosphere Reserve is basically a laboratory where we can try things with a view to achieving sustainability. That's a very, very simple way to look at it. And of course, at the center of the Biosphere Reserve is really people. So it basically looks at how we can use science to impact conservation initiatives with a view to achieving sustainable socio-economic outcomes. Right? I think that's a very nice, simple way to look at it, and the graphic that you have before you essentially tells that particular story. So, we have had the designation. People are going to ask, and of course reasonably so, what is in it for all of us? So of course, there was some relative fanfare surrounding the designation. And of course, not only fanfare in the local context, but of course fanfare in the international media. And that can only be a very good thing for us, because it gives us a powerful tool, a brand, and so on, right? That we can actually use to market our goods and our services that we have to offer and that we intend to offer in the not so distant future. And of course, it does the world for us in the context of our international reputation where environmental management is concerned. The program also offers us opportunities with respect to a lot of technical support. And it's very interesting that we are here today because we have already embarked on that particular path. We actually have a technical cooperation initiative coming out of all of this with the Water Education Institute, which is actually based in Delft in the Netherlands. So we have received quite a bit of technical support from that institution, and we look forward to deepening our cooperation with them, and of course expanding the range of institutions and so on that we engage with in support of our quest for sustainable development here in Tobago. Obviously, now that we have a prize, we really have to try to, make the sort of network linkages and so on, so that we can actually make good on the promise of this. And of course, there are lots of interests coming from international partners. Some of them are donor agencies. Some of them are involved in international financing, some of the international banks like the IDB. We also have some interest from some private investors and so on. And many of them have interest in supporting us in the context of developing our potential in terms of the green economy, the blue economy, and of course, many of the cultural activities and so on that embodies what we refer to as the purple economy. While the program is not geared towards the promotion of tourism, one of the important spin-off benefits, of course, is really getting greater attention from, I would say, sustainable, responsible tourists. And this is very important for us because it helps us in our quest for sustainability and to manage numbers. And of course, it also places on us a much greater responsibility to be able to match the expectations that some of those tourists will actually come with. So essentially, it sort of forces us to, on a continuous basis, step up our game. And of course, opportunities for exchanges. Of course, we have universities represented here, and that's something that we'll be very interested in, not only coming to your space, but of course, you coming here to engage in research and in development and things of that nature. And probably, hopefully one day, to be able to establish satellite branches of your universities and so on here. I think that'll be a very, very good thing for us, particularly in the context of Northeast Tobago. And of course, with an elevated focus on many of the environmental challenges that we face, I think that we have great opportunities to, if you will, milk additional financial resources, financial support from our own government here in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly through the mechanism of the Green Fund that has not really benefited us in Tobago since its inception. So let us now look at some of the things that have happened to date. The Managed Forest Reserve was actually designated as a national heritage site under the National Heritage Trust Act. This was some time ago to facilitate the successful nomination, but we have also made an application to the National Trust to designate additional resources. And some of those resources are some of the important islets that we have in Northeast Tobago, some coral reef complex in Northeast Tobago as well. So those are awaiting the designation. We also have an obligation consistent with the demands of the UNESCO Marine Biosphere Program to complete a management plan within 2 years, and that is, of course, on track. And the plan is now available for public comment as well. In an effort to improve the in an effort to engage in what I would probably describe as more progressive form of management of our resources, particularly in Northeast Tobago, we are quite intent on establishing a trust that is going to involve the participation of all stakeholders at the state, at the community level, and of course stakeholders in the private sector, to really make the decisions and so on for the management of these resources that all of us depend on for our socio-economic well-being. And that is very much underway, and that is an initiative that is tangibly supported by the IDB. And we are on track to deliver the trust by November of this year. There are lots of other initiatives. I know that I'm under some pressure for time. There are lots of other initiatives and so on that we have been engaged in. Not only as the Tobago Assembly, but many of them, of course, are being implemented by some of our partners, but chiefly the Environmental Research Institute of Charlottesville. And I think at this point, I will stop. So if you have any questions on any of the other items and so on, we'll take them at a subsequent time. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thanks for keeping to time as well. 1776, there was another big thing happened in 1776. I seem to remember. 4th of July on 1776, indeed. It was a Caribbean island that was the first country to recognize the United States. And that was, anybody know? Statia, St. Eustatius. Was the first country to recognize the United States after it declared independence. Super, okay. Thank you for those excellent presentations, and a lot of material there for the panel. We can think about that as we go on. We have a presentation now from the Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, TADCO. And we've already met now. Please, come to the stage. 10 minutes if you can, would be great.
Dionisio Salazar, over to you. Tobago Agribusiness Development Company. I'm the CEO. I have some comrades here, more importantly, my directors, as well as members of staff, the primary production manager, Ms. Sandra Williams, whom many of you all might know, as well as Ms. Natalie Allen, our processing manager. What I wanted to do first, though, before I have a little presentation, is to highlight one of our videos from the TIC and some other initiatives that were taking place before, and then I'll get into my little presentation for you.
Compound, you get 24-hour security, sufficient parking for the clients, in a safe compound, clean, and your vehicle is safe, your commodity is safe. So we felt that we are offering much more than what the average wholesale rental is offering, especially with the cold storage, because we offer ice service up to 10 in the night. So, and we open that, and that's 7 days a week. The new realignment is to assist the farmer and the agro-processor by making them more viable. We want to help them develop their products. So the money is going to be going there. We can't be using the state funds to be paying bills. Doesn't really work well with the farmer and the agro-processor. We as TADCO have to assist the farmer in developing the agro-processor in terms of getting his product out there. There's going to be a lot of changes coming that will help them in a very large way.
fishing vessel, capital of Paradise, falls under the TADCO remit. And today is actually a great day for Tobago because it signals the food security aspect of what we are trying to achieve. It signals that Tobago is poised for development in the agricultural sector, specifically the fishing sector at this point in time, because this vessel has the potential to earn foreign exchange for Tobago and for the island of Trinidad and Tobago as well.
It has the capacity of holding up to 10,000 pounds. Currently, we are looking at tuna. I am in conversation with a couple buyers, both in Miami and Europe, in terms of buying that catch. It would definitely be a big win. This is a big win today for Tobago in terms of, the fishing industry. Well, I'm hopeful that the bycatch that we bring to Tobago can be used to give a value-added product in terms of fish. I mean the cornfish, the swordfish, the different types of fish that they have to offer.
So far is the different small producers who are taking up the challenge for us developing flour substitutes. I've seen quite a few of those producers using our local resources, the dasheen, the plantain, the sweet potato, the cassava and so on. And I think it's a good step in really pushing the concept of eating local, eating food that is healthier and wholesome, and that helps to build the whole agriculture sector, the food process sector, the whole agribusiness sector on a whole.
I think this was something well done to help showcase the small business agro-processors in Tobago, and I think that they should continue doing stuff like this so that small businesses could showcase their products.
I think taking it and carrying it to the secondary stage where the life of the product would be lengthened, I think that is a very interesting development. And I like how they talk about identifying some products like the dasheen, the cassava, and breadfruit in particular.
I think the consultation that TADCO put on today between the farmers and agro-processors was very important because it helps form a form of community between the farmers, the agro-processors, distributors. It helps create a cycle and a circle amongst us.
again, Dionysio Salazar from TADCO. That little clip there, folks, is a highlight of what TADCO has achieved somewhere from about April to present in terms of September. As at recent, as I think was this 7th of September, we have had our last workshop. What TADCO is achieving is effectively providing the enabling environment where we bring together the primary producers and the agro-processors. TADCO, as an agribusiness development company, is focused on helping the farmers at the primary production level, as well as the agro-processors. So what we've done, aside from what you've seen, is basically reached out to stakeholders in the sector. We have partnered with entities such as the ADB, NAMDEVCO, the school feeding program. We've also partnered with Kariri. What we have is the ability to ensure the success of the farmers on the island. We're now building out, actually, one of our colleagues that I mentioned, data collection. That is something that's building out right now. On Friday, we have issued our second tranche of poultry. We have engaged poultry contract farming. For those of you who would have followed the budget, in the budget was mentioned about poultry and what the challenges are being faced here on the island. TADCO is leading that charge as it relates to poultry. So in terms of an affordable source of protein, TADCO is leading that charge at this point in time. We're also contract farming with cassava producers, for example. So one of the clips you would have seen there, we would have had a workshop, as I said earlier, on the 7th of September, whereby we're looking at contract farming for cassava farmers so that we can have sufficient supplies to meet the mandate to produce the quantities of flour that has been demanded from us in terms of the alternative flours. Now, you would have also seen highlighted other flour and other flour products. So you'd see, like, for example, a plantain pancake waffle mix, and we have the breadfruit and cassava waffle mixes. We have also the cassava fruit cake, and those are just some. You'll see we would have highlighted the capital of paradise. We are working with agro-processors on the island. Our chairman would have made a statement on that video where with respect to the fishing operations. Our assets are vast. We have also cold storage facility as well as dry storage facilities. So in terms of food security, if you're speaking food security, you also have to have storage. So TADCO is working on ensuring that we have that capacity and that ability to ensure there will be that capacity on the island. We are also looking at how to engage farmers in the technological aspect, as I would have been speaking towards earlier. So if we are seeking funding, we are seeking funding for our agro-processors and our primary producers. At this juncture, we have started some discussions towards that. We are working also with, for example, Kariri, one of the entities, so that we can ensure safe and reliable food. We're also working with NAMDEVCO for traceability, so we can know from which farm where products have started off in terms of cultivation, all the way through the value chain, so that if there's a flaw, we can find where that flaw would have identified where that flaw would have come from and treat with the issue going in terms of the value chain going back. So those are some of the initiatives we're going with TADCO. If you go down to the slide, you'll see we touched on the budget a little bit. There was a $300 million allocation to the budget. Oh, I don't want to overlook this last slide there, but TADCO was part of a Tobago initiative where we were part of the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturing Association Trade and Investment Convention. The booth won best booth in terms of the Tobago booth, not just TADCO alone, but TADCO being part of it would have celebrated that success. We would have also been part of the Agri-Investment Forum, which was a week before. This was all in August. And we would have reached out and created some additional networks with stakeholders in the sector at the Agri-Investment Forum. And we're massaging those relationships at this point in time for development of our stakeholders on the island as it relates to the agro-processors and the primary producers. Those are the two key players we work with right now. So when you look at the budget, you'll see there was an allocation of 300 million for the budget. Trinidad and Tobago's import for food is about 5 billion annually. And for us at TATCO, our objective really, in terms of food security, also aligns to the mandate that comes out of the CARICOM initiative with the Agri-Investment Forum, whereby we're seeking to reduce the imports on the island of Tobago. The initiative in a context of the CARICOM is to reduce 25% of the imports regionally by 2025. So at TATCO, we are developing what we would contribute from Tobago perspective, what the reduction on that import for Trinidad and Tobago will look like. So the database is critical for us because we have to know what our capacity is in order for us to work and develop towards that, achieving that goal. But again, my colleague mentioned earlier, there's a lack of data. So we are actually working on building that data for ourselves so we can know where we are at to determine where we should go towards. Right? A lot of the things that were mentioned in the budget in terms of focus on this sector as it relates to food, reliability of food, type of food that we consume, TATCO is working on that. For example, in terms of our initiatives with reaching out to the primary producers, we have engaged agronomists who will ensure that, for example, the chemicals that our farmers will use can meet the standards internationally for export. So that we are facilitating a mandate with respect to new changes in at the World Trade Organization level that will allow us to be able to export our produce and ensure that whatever we produce can meet the standards internationally. With the advent of climate change issues, here on the island of Tobago, there's a high sense of wanting to be green. So we at TATCO are eco-food friendly. We want to be that kind of environmental entity that says to the consumer, we have taken your needs into consideration. More importantly, the flours that are being produced, for example, they're gluten-free, so it's more nutritional in value. We're looking at eat local as a key function in what we deliver. We're looking at non-communicable diseases, which is something that was touched in the budget, and how our products will impact on the health of the public in terms of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally. So what we believe that we will be able to derive from our perspectives on what we are doing will be a demand product, not just locally, but internationally, because everybody is becoming health conscious and becoming aware. So that being said, I welcome you to TATCO, and I look forward to seeing you participating in our products. And I hope that this event will translate into something fruitful for our agro-processors and our primary producers going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And speaking as someone who is gluten intolerant, I'm very pleased to see that you're finding alternatives to wheat flour. Thank you. But just as a matter of interest, gluten intolerance, lactose intolerance is increasing in our populations globally. And finding alternatives and exploiting those actually in terms of a market is very important. And you clearly have something here which is valuable from that point of view. I'm going to call on our next presenter now from Tobago Chocolate Delights, who's going to talk about the cocoa industry in Tobago and the economic benefits. I hope you've got a sample for me, or maybe not. So, welcome. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much.
I'll let you know when we've got 10 minutes.
I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome the ambassador and your delegation, the members of the THA and all the other members participating. I also want to thank Mr. Sean McCoon for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about the cocoa industry in Tobago. Tobago Chocolate Delights is a bean-to-bar operation shop that is operated by my partner and myself. And one of the comments that was made earlier today is about niche marketing and being a niche. And that's what we sought to achieve in opening the shop. We realized from the beginning that we cannot compete with the Lindt and the other types of chocolate manufacturers. So we decided that we were going to create an affordable product that represents Tobago. So in our shop, we carry a story. So when the participants come, they see the story of the history of Tobago chocolate and the process. They can see the process in the shop, how the chocolate is being made. So that has greatly created a great appreciation for chocolate, because normally people just go into the shop and they buy a chocolate bar and they have no idea what is involved. So we display it, we work with it, and we actually have an experience where you can come in and make chocolate. Over the past 8 years, we started in 2014, and we have expanded twice in that period of time, and we are about to expand again. So that shows you the potential for cocoa products in Trinidad and Tobago especially. But also, we have taken the opportunity to work with the cocoa farmers. I am not a cocoa farmer because we get the product after it has been sun-dried. But we work very closely with the cocoa farmers because, again, the comment was made earlier today by the representative from TADCO that they do not know the business side of the cocoa industry. And this is one of the things that I have been working with the farmers to show them the value chain in terms of cocoa. So there are several opportunities for the industry and for the farmers in Tobago in terms of the cocoa industry. Some of the challenges, the first thing we need to look at are the challenges of the cocoa farmers in Tobago. Most of the trees in Tobago are very old trees. And the first thing they have to do is revitalize those trees, because some of those trees are actually over 100 years old. So the production that is coming out of the trees is not what they were in the past. The cocoa farmers themselves are mostly mature adults. So although the Agricultural Development Bank has signed an MOU with the Cocoa Development Company, to get a loan from the Agricultural Development Bank, you have to be under 55. So most of the farmers cannot qualify for a loan to develop their farms. And it's the same thing with the THA. Also, you have to be a certain age to be able to qualify for a loan. So the farmers themselves cannot qualify for the loans to get. The parrots is a major issue with farmers in Tobago. The crops are decimated by parrots and by squirrels. So at the end of most of the time when I call my farmers and they said, we have no product. We lost the whole product for the thing. There are a lot of large abandoned estates. In 1920, Trinidad and Tobago was the 4th largest producer of cocoa beans in the world. We actually invented the Trinitario brand of cocoa. So, but in 1920, when the Trinitario brand got wiped out, at the same time, the petroleum industry was starting up in Trinidad. So the farmers abandoned the fields and the workers abandoned the fields. So we have a lot of abandoned estates in Trinidad and Tobago especially, where you have to go and put in a lot of rehabilitation to get these fields going again. Farming cocoa is labor intensive. It's hard work. And you have a problem with getting the labor supply. So the suggestion has been made that maybe, and I think it was done again today, that maybe you can use the CPEP and the URP workers to help the farmers develop the fields. The benefits or the things that are working in our favor is Tobago actually has a more flavorful cocoa than Trinidad. And that has to do with the soil. Most of the soil in Tobago is volcanic. And also, because it's a better soil, it's a cooler climate in the evenings, we get a better flavor in the cocoa. And one of the requirements for selling cocoa beans in Europe is that the soil have a very low arsenic content. And the soil in Tobago has been tested to show that it has a low arsenic content. So we can, in fact, sell our beans in Tobago. So one of the challenges, for example, the Netherlands is the largest importer of cocoa beans in the world. And they have worked closely with the farmers in Ghana and other countries. One of the major problems you have in Africa is because there's such an increase in demand for cocoa, there's a lot of deforestation that is going on so that they can plant. We don't have that problem in Tobago because we do not have that threat to the environment and the deforestation problem. The other challenge you have in Africa is child labor. Again, in Trinidad and Tobago, we do not have that issue of child labor or poor working conditions or human rights violations or anything. So we're very well suited to qualify to participate in the global market. What we have to decide in Tobago is there are two avenues. This morning I was speaking with a colleague in Trinidad, and he was working with a farmer in Trinidad to help him deliver cocoa beans that were heading to Japan. Now, you have to understand, Indonesia is now the fourth largest producer of cocoa beans in the world, yet Japan was buying beans from Trinidad because Trinidad is among the 10 countries in the world that has the most flavorful cocoa beans in the world. So the African Forastero sells for between $1 to $2 US a kilogram. The Trinidad and Tobago Trinitario cocoa sells for $6 to $7 US a kilogram. Yet the cocoa manufacturers are buying the Trinitario cocoa because it is the most flavorful, what is called a flavorful or a spiced cocoa. So there is the market to sell our beans because the cocoa producers, the chocolate producers, want the Trinitario cocoa. There are two cooperatives in Trinidad. One of them sells the beans directly to a Swiss chocolate manufacturer. And they sell an average of 50 tons per year at a price of 70,000 US a metric ton. That group makes 350,000 US a year, which translates to 2.5 million TT. And sometimes they get 2 crops a year. So that alone, they can make 5 million TT in just selling beans alone. So the market, again, is there for selling beans. However, there's even a better market, which is the value-added chain. One of the, as I just mentioned, the Netherlands is the largest purchaser of cocoa beans in the world, and they are the second largest grinder of cocoa beans in the world after Ivory Coast. And what the Netherlands sells is cocoa butter, cocoa powder, and cocoa paste. Now, if you do the math, for example, if you go on Amazon, cocoa nibs sell for 10 to 20 US a kilogram, which is 70 to 140 TT a kilogram. Yet a kilogram of beans sells for 40 TT. So you see the added value chain there. Cocoa powder sells between $70 to $100 a kilogram. And again, the cocoa beans sell for 40 TT a kilogram. So again, there's the value chain. Cocoa butter sells for between $196 to 224 TT a kilogram. Okay, and let's not even get into the chocolate bars. Okay, if you go to Moore's Head supermarket in Canby, a 40-gram chocolate bar sells for 35 TT. That translates into $875 kilogram. That's the value-added chain. So that's what the possibilities are for the farmers. Are they going to sell their beans, or are they going to sell the byproduct? The problem is, selling the beans, you don't have the machinery that is required. So the farmers don't have the financing to purchase the machinery. Where are they going to get the financing? That's the challenge. Are they going to come together as a group? Now, in Trinidad, there are about 4 or 5 shops like mine. But Trinidad has 1.2 million people. So all the individual cocoa farmers can't decide to be artisan chocolate makers because we don't have enough of a population here to satisfy that. But in 3 years' time, when that airport opens in Crown Point, we are possibly going to have over 100,000 additional visitors a year. So there is a market for selling our products. And there's a market for TADCO to get together with the farmers to sell, to develop a Tobago brand of cocoa. So the potential is limitless, but it has to be very carefully managed. Otherwise, the investment is tremendous because a grinder is expensive. A punching machine is expensive. The market is expensive. The shipping is expensive. But it is possible because the money is there. And like I said, in 3 years' time, we have expanded twice, and I'm just a small shop. So the potential is there for the cocoa farmers to do even better. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'm going to go out and buy some chocolate, I think, after hearing that. Not only, you could always give the farmers a better price, don't know, for the product. That's always a possibility. Now, we come to our final presentation by Environment Tobago. And looking forward to hearing that. Please come forward. The stage is yours. I'll let you know when you've had 10 minutes.
Environment Tobago is pleased to be part of the celebrations of the relationship between the Kingdom and Trinidad and Tobago. We are also glad that the university is part of the facilitation, and we thank the THA in its many forms for inviting us. And I'm also glad to see some colleagues, people whom I've had warm, even heated relationships with in the past. My name is Bertrand Bicari. I am a volunteer with one of a 25-year-old NGO. Our business is to speak for the environment. We know it doesn't speak for itself. I could summarize 25 years worth of advocacy, quarreling, and trying to bring the value of environment into the business of economics and into the poor business of governance, but I wouldn't do that. I would like to speak about the next 5 years with climate change in our faces, the difficulty in economics, problems in governance, and how we can stick a percentage of environment into that triple bottom line that everybody should be seeking, if I may. What have we done in the last 2 years in the pandemics when most people would have sat to think? We've lost some of our funders, the polluters, the oil fields people and all that, because everybody had to rethink their models. We recognize that in this room, the representation from the Netherlands, being a maritime expert, people with knowledge of things, we recognize that you do have a stake in the actual island with the history. Going way back, somebody must have mentioned that today, so I wouldn't. So, without that, we, in the last 2.5 years, let's bring it just to that, we have, as an NGO, targeted a difficult sector. The schools had to stay home, and we had worked with the schools with the sponsorship we got. We thought children are more impressionable because adults were hard to get at doing what they do in the bush, in the rivers and streams and in their offices. We got locked out of the schools. We therefore looked to come up with programs that could forecast environmental, agricultural science mixed with environmental science. So we went to the school gardens where a few kids were allowed to go, and we tried to bring the business of making money and valuing products, but also understanding soils under the new years to come, where soils would have problems with drought and all. So what did we actually do? We approached other embassies, like, say, the Indian High Commission came to us. We spoke on We sought some guidance on, like, bamboo. If we could go to schools, teach the kids who will become soon adults, pick up a few kids with the attitude to become farmers. Some of them will become scientists in turn. So we developed, not quite signed off, but we did get some initial funding to develop bamboo products that would become useful in the garden or in schools. Tobago being one of those places where the invasive took root, so to speak. We also aligned ourselves with other groups who are seeking to expand. Governments are seeking to expand in the blue economy, so we thought we'd learn more about it. We joined with forces with Caribbean Canary Regional Institute, and we sought funding because Tobago, most of the real estate is actually outside the real estate in the sea. I guess the Dutch would have centered that sort of opportunity right now. So what we did in the schools was to look at young farmers or potential young farmers or students who may miss the collection, like young males are at risk. They don't seem to be staying on the bandwagon. So we thought we would find programs that drops them into agriculture, enables them to become responsible stewards of the environment when they're alone in the bush, trying to make a living. That's how we approach that. We developed a program called Sustainable Schools in Action, using those plots. Every school in Tobago almost has a garden plot. That's our new focus. In the blue economy, we targeted stuff like, if we can go, lionfish is already an entrenched invasive, another one like bamboo. So we could do little things that where people can use the lionfish to catch it, but also contribute to the eradication of it. They'll get food, they'll get income and things. So we started that sort of conversation. We also get involved, as an NGO, we don't get paid to do stuff. We basically just volunteer, so we attend consultations, give the layman's viewpoint, the people from the village's viewpoints. I was unable to come to the breakfast and the lunch today because I was talking climate with the ministry. I missed the lunch. But the next 5 years in Tobago, I'll be specific now, it's not going to look good if we don't take control from a more intellectual level and then a policy level on how we're going to manage all these so-called opportunities, otherwise we'd just be looking for money. So we hope that through these conversations, however it may be, and where it aligns with anybody's in this room's goals, Environment Tobago will want to be part of that conversation. We also hope to be a consultative partner for things like ports, jetties, archaeological restoration, and whatever else anybody else is doing. We do worry that a small place like Tobago is really just the flea on the tail of a dog, the bigger dogs. So we can't really change much. But we could actually be useful as pilot programs, the schools, the kids, the villages, to practice or fine-tune certain ideas which could then go further. We do have, as you've heard everybody say, we do have good forests, almost pristine reef, not under so much stress maybe. But these conversations need to be done in partnerships. Environment Tobago will position itself to speak for groups because we're not limited to just 3 August where we started. We understand the conversations, we recognize the loopholes, the missing spaces. And the world is now a village more than it ever was, with village problems. And truth is, I don't really want to take up too much people's time, but we will make ourselves available to give anybody who wishes, anybody, sort of village feedback. Plain speak, we are pretty much plain speakers. We're not beholden to much people. So I would want to offer that. My name is Bertrand Bicari, as I said, in case I forget to say that. And I do wish to thank you. I'm going to change this a bit. Since I'm the last person, I would just want people to ask questions. You get better feedback that way if you just ask me now. Then you can ask the other guys who will before me their questions. If not, I'll just go back. Thank you.
So much.
That's good.
Now, let's have a... Yella, now you had a question from me. I will ask you to ask that question to our guests.
Yes, thank you for all the presentations. Very inspiring and a lot of thoughts through my mind. But I was also very curious also because the last presenter also discussed about being active at schools. I'm just curious, what are the possibilities for youth to get a training into agriculture, processing, etc., etc. So, is there any opportunity here in Tobago or Trinidad or nearby?
Maybe we have... would you like to come in and just say a couple of words? So the question is about training for youth in relation to agriculture and other related aspects.
All right. So just if I could say a couple of words. All right. So good evening, everyone. Again, welcome to the ambassador and his team and various members from the university. I am Dr. Sean and I'm the chair for THTI. I think the question is pertinent. We are responsible for, of course, we are the only tertiary educational institute for Tobago. So on all matters dealing with schools and education, we have a lot to say on that matter. So the question is about training, and the intention that we have had is to diversify our courses given in the school. So something like agriculture, we wish to expand into. All right? Currently, the school is known for the culinary arts, tourism, hospitality. It's usually surrounding tourism. But the intention is to take the school more towards a university style model. And that would include training courses, short courses in agriculture, but also a diversification into the more traditional areas. So that's the sciences, humanities, etc. What we wish to do is to advocate for a partnership more with the university going forward, where we have discussions regarding funding, right? Where we have discussions regarding training and collaboration. So the intention there, once we're working with the Division of Agriculture for this specific question, is to make sure that we have training done on the island. So I hope that answers the question.
That's super. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. And I think what you're saying is the door is open, effectively, for us to begin a dialogue. And that's really one of the main reasons we're here is to listen to you, but also to establish that discussion and talk from now on. Would anybody else like to, Ambassador, would you like to come in at this point? We have the microphone for you here, so.
Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to comment on the story on cocoa, because it was mentioned that the Netherlands is an importer, the #1 importer of cocoa. It was also mentioned that in Africa, child labor, deforestation. I think that was a discussion in the Netherlands for quite some time. And that some young people started a new product in the Netherlands. And these chocolate bars at the moment became in 10 years the #1 that has been sold. It's a bit more expensive than the other ones. Everybody thinks it's a good thing to buy from this kind of chocolate because it's a fair price for the farmers, and it's no more child labor for people who make the bars, and that's a good thing. I have one question on this. You mentioned the hard work for the people working in the field, and we also heard different stories earlier on technology. So I wondered if the high tech, which we have seen, we have heard about it in the greenhouses, the drones in the greenhouses. Is there any possibility also in the future for this to make the work different and to use the technology for this kind of work?
Thank you. Yes. Would you like to come back on that? Would you like the microphone on?
One of the challenges, as we talked about, was the issue of parrots destroying the crops. There was an experiment in Puerto Rico where the major predator of the parrots are the hawks. And what they will do is they would have a helium balloon floating above, and down below there will be the sound of a parrot being under stress as if it's being attacked by a hawk. But in hearing this morning, maybe there's a way to use drone technology to do the same. Because once the hawks are in the area, the parrots disappear. So maybe there's a possibility of using drones to just float around, and that may be a solution for the parrots.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. I visited our greenhouses south of Wageningen recently. I'll bring you in a second. And the greenhouses are also, we have a bird problem there. Many species of bird come in. And if you stand in the area, so we have greenhouses, but we also have top fruit, apples, pears, that are basically the birds will take the flowers and then they damage the fruit. And all around you can hear recorded alarm calls of the various bird species coming out of speakers. And it does deter the birds from, and it's the alarm call that they usually give off when they see a predator. And it does deter the birds from damaging the crops. So from that perspective, that is definitely something. I'll just come back on the other aspects. If you grow organic, then you can't spray for weed species. And the weed species have to be pulled out by hand. And that is back-breaking labor. And the way it's done is that there's a wooden board behind a tractor, and people lie flat on that board with their arms hanging down, and the tractor goes slowly across the crop, and you just pull it out by hand, basically. And it really isn't sustainable because it hurts. And after people have been doing that for a few hours or days, you could imagine, they don't want to go on with it. And now we are developing robots which either pull the weeds out or they burn them off. So it's a robot like a spider with all these legs, and it basically goes through the crop and it burns off the weeds. The only problem with that is at the moment it's emerging technology and it's expensive. But if you imagine cooperatives could come together, then it makes it more affordable. And we talked about the collaboration between farmers. I think some of these technologies, particularly those supported by government funding, for instance, could be feasible in future, assuming that people come together and can collaborate on that. And we also need to test it. And in terms of that exchange of experience in relation to research, for instance, the idea that we might test some of these techniques, particularly drones, for instance, out here, is an interesting one for us as a university, I would say. So something that we might wish to take forward in future. I saw another question at the back. And after that, Tone will come in with some comments as well. So,
okay, I just wanted to comment on maybe two of the items. One is the question of training and I myself have been in training for quite some time. The challenge is a lot of what we have done for training is short courses, 1 2-day courses. The real challenge in the development of the industry is really product elaboration, development, and marketing. Quite often you cannot get that in a 2-day exercise or 1-day exercise. Yeah. How to develop a product to meet some very specific market expectations. Testing of products is another problem. Labeling of products is another problem. And the marketing, which is probably a science, if I should say, in itself. Quite often the training is just simply to make the product. The marketing is another aspect of it. And whether you're building the product for a local market environment, and there are lots of arguments about that, whether you're designing the product for a local market destination or you're designing the product for a foreign market destination, and then the question of the volumes of trade and how you're going to get this stuff out there. A lot of the businesses struggle in that, one, you start off at an artisan level, you're doing it in the kitchen, or in the backyard, then all of a sudden another agency comes and tell you about export. So the volumes are small. You start off in some miraculous way that all of a sudden you want to export. All right? The labeling standards are not there. And we know what labeling is like. Now, when there are arguments about the standard for home and the standard for export should be the same thing, I would agree on that. But the training doesn't say that in the initial state. And so you have that sort of dichotomy, if you want to put it that way. So that's the real challenge. Because it's not just maybe with cocoa as on the table. We've had it with a number of products where the initial intervention is increased production, of course, for home consumption. And then all of a sudden, you hear export. And some company wants it, and stuff like that. And so it results in business failure, probably from the very start, because there was never a model to really get farmers engaged or get entrepreneurs engaged, so that the thing oscillates at a very small, uneconomical level, and then there is an attrition of participants because it's just not working out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think you summarized all the issues, actually, in there, and the problems, and we heard about some of the opportunities in relation to chocolate, for instance, and how that can be changed by a small group of entrepreneurs who wanted to make a difference. And I think this is, again, often these things emerge under pressure, if you like, and it takes 1 or 2 entrepreneurs to make something happen. And clearly you have a product here, potentially, that has none of the problems of the cocoa production in Africa, for instance. And that has to be an opportunity, I would say. But as you said, most of these issues need to be solved before you can take it forwards. I'm going to ask Tone to come in now, as he wanted to make a number of comments, not necessarily in relation to this, but generally. And then we are approaching the moment where I'm going to ask His Excellency the Ambassador to come forward and conclude for us. But we've got time for a couple more reflections.
Unless someone else wants to comment on the...
Well, what I would say is if there's anybody online, I can't see the question stream online, but I don't think we've had any since we've been discussing.
I saw Ria. Yeah, that was the precision agriculture. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Now I wanted to come back on the point made by for the cooperative thinking in coming together. I also like the story about value-added chain. So indeed, instead of selling the beans, coming together and adding and moving to the next step in the value chain. And I think Datco is also a good example of that. And what I like also about that is maybe something to think about together. If let's say as a next step, what would be the opportunities for that? And why I like that idea is because if I'm referring to the speech of the ambassador this morning, 60 years ago, the same conversation took place about coming together and forming cooperatives or something like that to formalize the agriculture more. And I think that is, in this case, in this specific case about cocoa, I think that is also, that sounds like something promising. But that's my idea, the idea that I have now.
Okay, super. Thanks, Toon. And there's a comment behind you as well. So, Yella, if you could just pass the microphone.
All right, so afternoon everyone again. A very quick point. So I have been making an observation about the various points being made, and the connecting issue I've had is the lack of standardization structure that we have. We were having the discussion earlier regarding football and the development from young students all the way up to professionals. And what I saw the difference in was there was a full structure that it seems you guys in the Netherlands would have, and most first world countries would have. And clearly there are aspects of that we simply don't have. And in making decisions that require new policies and a combination of all the ideas, I don't want it to be that we are always reinventing the wheel. If there is a way in which to work with the persons who've already done the work already, they can support us to give us a leg up so that we can quickly move to where we need to be. So if it is that we're talking about sustainable agriculture, sustainable tourism, and examples like the university in the Netherlands and the Kingdom of the Netherlands already has a way in which to do that, we should be able to speak with one another and put together those specific things so that we could move forward very quickly. Yeah.
Thank you for that point. And just to reiterate, over lunch we were talking about standards in sport and how you meet those. 1 second, before I call you in, we have another comment there. And I think that training needs to be accredited. If you are going to be trained or you go through a learning system, you have to have an accreditation at the end of it that meets certain standards. And I think that's partly what you're talking about here, is that that's something that you need to think about in terms of the training itself needs to meet those standards, and then the people that are trained need to meet the standards that you set within the training. So, and that is definitely something that we can talk about, because it is something obviously that at a university level we have to be very careful about, and those common standards have to apply within a country, actually within a continent almost. We have another point here, and we'll see if that's going to be the last one, but and please.
Hi everybody again. I think Tobago is poised to be like a dark horse in a race, but I think that the development potential, the journey that we have is there are lots of stories we could tell from our island that we could use to move us forward, whether it's in our products, like the value-added products, or our services. I think this forum today and this connection is a great one, because we are trying, and for us to move forward, we need persons who would have done it before. Yeah, the lessons learned, we don't have to repeat, and the knowledge shared, we could grasp easily and move forward. So I think, in terms of change, based on my experience, persons are willing to change on the island. The persons are willing to try something new. But the thing is, they need a direction, they need a coach, they need somebody to take them to where they need to go. And I think if everybody in this room work together and we partner with other persons, we can move Tobago forward in our own unique way, not a developed nation, but in our own unique way, where we could sell our products and services, people come and enjoy, and we ourselves would gain economically. That's my contribution.
What a wonderful way to conclude the inputs from the audience. Thank you very much for that. We have one announcement, I believe. Sean, you want to say something before I ask His Excellency to come forward about tomorrow?
Good evening again, ladies, gentlemen, Your Excellency, invited guests, personnel from the Tobago House of Assembly, and all special purpose companies and entities. Thank you again for coming this evening, this afternoon, returning with us. It was indeed a pleasure having everyone back with us, listening into the presentations from TADCO, Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, Environment Tobago, and Tobago Chocolate Delights, and TADCO. We ask that you join us tomorrow, where the topics will be based on historical relations and future cooperation. We start at 10:30 a.m. and we invite all stakeholders to be here to return. Again, it's really a pleasure to have everyone here, and we find a really nice network and ecosystem of stakeholders, private, public, and civil society organizations. So we encourage you to mix, mingle, exchange details, and we're here to foster even greater partnerships going forward, as this is one of the greatest objectives of this forum. So I now hand over to His Excellency, Ambassador Varga.
Thank you so much. And it has been a remarkable day today with so many different speakers and so many interesting topics in the morning. A bit the region with Barbados, and of course with Trinidad and Dominica, and in the afternoon Tobago, focus on Tobago. So many questions came up, and I would like to raise them now again, but I won't. But especially Environment Tobago, you asked for questions. I have a question for you. Maybe we can discuss it afterwards on the sargassum and what you're going, because we didn't discuss the sargassum issue, and it's an issue also on, here in Tobago and in the region. You mentioned to network, to combine all the efforts. I would in Tobago, of course, in Tobago, but I would say also in the region. That's also something, and I would like to thank everybody who was speaking today, but also especially Wageningen University for a great job you did today. And I know that you as a university, you're also keen on combining things and also combining the different angles that were talked about today. To conclude, I would say agriculture is really hot. It's technology, and for young people, that's something is really something that makes it attractive. Maybe in the past, also because of the colonial times, it wasn't attractive anymore, and the agricultural revenues went down. But nowadays, with the high tech, and with I hope also for the cocoa industry, I must say, there are real new opportunities. And there was the Agricultural Investment Forum in Trinidad, where I went there, and it was amazing. So many people went there to buy the homegrown products from Trinidad and Tobago. And it was a weekend, it was crowded. So there's really a demand also, there's a market, there's a demand from the people. And this should also be organized more often, I would say. So thank you very much, everybody, for being here with us. in the audience, but also live on the streaming, and hope to see some of you tomorrow again. Thank you very much.